Call this executive session special board meeting on June 25th, 2025 at 4:14 p.m. Moving on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1 moment of silence and 2.2 Pledge of Allegiance preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Let's see, Mrs. Proudfit, would you like to lead us this evening? All right. All right, we're going to move on to 3, convene executive session. 3.1, convene executive session pursuant to the reasons set forth. A, convene executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, letter A, number 3, for the discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney of the public body concerning legal requirements and procedures for transitioning from Arizona School Board Association policies to new policies using the Arizona School Risk Retention Trust template policies to be adopted by the governing board. Letter B, convene executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A, number 3, for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney of the public body regarding the appropriate process and legal considerations related to the creation, modification, or reclassification of professional and/or support staff positions. C, convene executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A1, personnel matters related to the evaluation and performance goals of the superintendent for the 2024-2025 school year, and NBSP pursuant to NBSP ARS 38-431.03A3 for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney of the public body concerning legal requirements and procedures for conducting the superintendent's evaluation and assessment of performance goals. So I just need a motion on the floor to convene.
I'll motion to convene an executive session for the aforementioned reasons.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, Azure. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas, so we will now convene into executive session. Thank you. Right, we're going to move now back to number 4, adjourn executive session. 4.1, adjournment. I just need a motion on the floor to adjourn the executive session.
I motion to adjourn the executive session.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And Azar, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. So executive session is adjourned at 6:40 PM. We're going to take about, does everybody good, or 5-minute break till we start the regular meeting? So just give us about 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We are going to call the Peoria Unified School Board meeting to order on June 25th, 2025 at 6:46 p.m. All board members are present. We are moving on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1 moment of silence, 2.2 pledge of allegiance, and the preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mrs. Bowles, would you like to lead us this evening? Thank you. Moving on to 3, address agenda. 3.1, address agenda, consider adoption or recommend changes. Board members, do you have any changes you'd like to make? Okay, so I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to accept the agenda as posted.
I will second.
So a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Clerk Toby. And if you could please run us through a voice vote.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 4 recognitions, 4.1 recognitions. Mrs. Airy, welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. A very brief but incredibly important recognition tonight. A celebration for her, but a bittersweet moment for us as we say farewell tonight for her final board meeting to Ms. Michelle Myers, our Chief Financial Officer, who has served our district for 20 years, supporting us through some of the most challenging times in public education, but always there, really with her transparency, her poise, her grace, her professionalism, and most importantly, the highest levels of integrity with her support of all things related to the finances of our school district. She, if you know her, if you've seen her at the podium or interacting with employees here around the district, then you know she is certainly a class act. She will be so greatly missed, and we're celebrating her in a number of ways really over the next few days before she retires and says farewell to us. We're celebrating her, especially as she's bringing forward a budget for us tonight, so that's very important and certainly something to celebrate. But on behalf of our entire cabinet team and our school district, we want to say thank you, which just doesn't feel like enough, Michelle. We appreciate you so much for all that you've given to this district and all that you continue to do for the Peoria Unified School District. So we want to say congratulations on your retirement. And President Rooks, I will leave it up to you on if you'd like Ms. Myers to come up to the podium this evening, but I'm certain you have some comments for her tonight.
Absolutely. Ms. Myers, I think the board would love to be able to say a few words. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to start us off?
Thank you, President Rooks. Mrs. Myers, I so appreciate everything you have done for the district and your, not only your demeanor and your kindness, but but your expertise in everything that you do and the compassion and love that you have for this district. And I'm just so grateful that we've had you here. And I hope that you have an opportunity to enjoy some relaxation through your retirement. And we just so appreciate you, and you've given so much to Peoria. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit.
So when I got appointed to the board at the tail end of the last term, there was a very short runway that I had to get up to speed, and you were such a large part of ensuring that I knew how to do this job. Every report, everything that you do, you give 110%. And I was actually out to lunch today with a former board president, Monica Martinez, and you came up, we were talking about you. And we were talking about some of the things that have happened that have been in the news around other districts. And I just said, thank goodness for Michelle, because we never had to worry for 1 second that our district was in financial trouble. And that's because of how diligent you have been in ensuring that we are not just adhering to the law, but going above and beyond to ensure that our students are never put in a position like we've seen happen in other districts. We're so, so sad to lose you, but we're so excited for you. And I know that I'm sure you'll still be around. If not, I'll just call you when I have questions and miss you. So thank you, thank you, thank you for the decades that you've given to our district.
Mrs. Bowles.
Echoing some of what Ms. Proudfit said, yeah, I mean, my goodness, you don't have to go far to our other districts to know how much we value you in a time like this. And so I hope you hear that overall. And I know I've said that several times in different board meetings. I'm not going to say goodbye, because I'm hoping exactly what I said to you over there, that we're going to see you in other circles mentoring and mentoring and mentoring and mentoring, because we need that desperately in the financial school world, because you have a lot to offer, and we would cherish the mentoring you give to any district. But thank you for your years of service and keeping our district in good standing financially, and I know it goes much deeper than that, ADE and compliance and vice versa, and all the other things that go to finances. But thank you.
Clerk Toby.
Ms. Myers, thank you so much for your years here, and speaking for me personally, sitting down with me and teaching me just the surface level of school finance, to making it ABC simple to where, you know, there's so much complexity to it. And somebody like me, I definitely needed that little extra explanation. So thank you for answering some of the questions that might have been silly. And then also, when we first came to the board, we had that study session where we got to know each other a little bit, and you shared how you like science fiction film. And I always think about that when you come to mind. So enjoy retirement, and may you live long and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Toby. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Myers, I appreciate every meeting that we would have, and you were patient enough to let me ask my questions. I know I had a lot of them, so thank you for all those meetings of me asking a lot of questions. And thank you to your husband, because I know that the hours spent through all of the budget process, all of the hours spent here at the district with your team, the meetings that you have to go through. I know it takes a lot of time from your husband and your family. So I just want to say thank you to them as well. And thank you for all of the years of service that you've had in this district, and the time that you took to make sure everything was detailed and keeping the kids at the forefront. So, and I hope that you enjoy your retirement, and I do like what Ms. Bowles said. I hope that you do stick around to mentor, because I think that that's important to have in Peoria Unified, is mentorship. So thank you so much.
Thank you, President Brooks, Clerk Toby, members of the Governing Board. It has been the honor of my career to serve here in Peoria Unified. Thank you for the opportunity to be in this role. It has just been so special to see the work that we do to support our students and our community, and I'll reflect on this time fondly for the rest of my life. And I'd like to acknowledge that it's been a team that has been behind business services and the work that we do. And we have some of our team members here tonight. And I would like to thank my team for all their years of support, and our budgeteers, our budget analysts that you'll hear me reference later. This is Veronica and Araceli, our budget analysts. And we have Linda Virgil, our executive director of business services, and Yvette Levensky, our project manager, business analyst, and Leslie Barwick, who is our purchasing manager, and of course our incoming Deputy Superintendent, Marcy Rodriguez, is sitting with them. And I just want to say thank you again. It's been an honor, and may the force continue to be strong with you. Thank you.
President Brooks, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Bowles.
I would like to add on record that Ms. Myers is my time in the boardroom and in the district to say good morning in the podium.
Thank you. Moving on now to 5, opening public comment. 5.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have 1 public comment. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Charmel Bolster.
Having to follow somebody like Mrs. Myers is a hard act to follow. Good evening, President Rooks, Board, Dr. Summers, and Cabinet, and everyone here present, and those who may be watching online. I know you have a study session coming up next month, and you will be discussing the use of cell phones in the classroom. This is not just a problem here in the U.S., it's a global problem. I would like to share with you some of the thoughts from the research I've done on this and the growing movement to ban smartphones in schools. From a 2023 Global Education Monitoring Report, which did an analysis of cell phone use in other countries, found that girls are twice as likely as boys to suffer from eating disorders exacerbated by social media usage. Facebook's own research revealed that 32% of teenage girls felt worse about their bodies after using Instagram. The TikTok algorithm, which targets teenagers with body image content every 39 seconds and promotes content related to eating disorders every 8 minutes. Many universities in the U.S. have explicitly banned TikTok from their campuses. Removing cell phones in Belgium, Spain, and the United Kingdom were found to improve learning, especially for students performing not as well as their peers. In the U.S., state laws vary from having districts update their policy every 5 years to states providing districts which funds to purchase storage units for cell phones or lockable storage bags. And in Virginia, which calls for implementation and enforcement of policies specifically by the school administration. Our board wants to lead with excellence. I urge you to carefully consider the information I have shared and consult with district administration, teachers, and community before deciding the specifics to be included in the policy. And just as a side note, it dawned upon me, I know also on your study session, you have another agenda item on there for the review of your social workers and mental health. And I hope that maybe using the information and all coming up with the cell phone policy that you might look at being sure that it's implemented in that program, that they have a plan for helping students that are going to have to cope with this. That was just a side note. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Moving on to 6, board and superintendent comments. 6.1, board member comments. Mrs. Ewing?
Thank you. With it being summertime, I have not had an opportunity to get out to our schools, but I do want to make note, or just because my schedule was busy, I wasn't able to get out there, but I just want to make note and appreciate all the staff who have been working really hard in our summer school programs. I believe they were ending this week, correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, they're ending this week. And that summer school program is really amazing at the leverage it gives the students going into the following year. And I know we've looked at that program and how can we make sure we're improving and giving those students all the skills that they need to be really successful. And we found success last year in the model. So I'm really excited to see how that impacts our students for student achievement this year. So I want to definitely appreciate the staff who've been putting the efforts in, and that I know that it is summertime, and folks keep asking me, so does that mean your board work? You've been able to take a break over the summer? And I'm like, nope, we've actually been doing some really heavy lifting in reviewing the strategic plan and so forth. So we have been very busy. And then I've just spent my time out in the community trying to garner support for our upcoming November election that we have coming for the override out there. So it's been really great to talk to businesses and community members and hear all the support that's out there. So thank you.
Great. Mrs. Proudfit?
I first want to say happy 4th of July. This is going to be our last meeting before 4th of July, so hopefully everyone will be able to spend the day reflecting on the incredible blessing it is to live in the country that we live in with the freedoms that we have. I wanted to kind of piggyback off what Ms. Ewing was saying. Our visits have definitely slowed down. Work with the PAC, with the override, has picked up. And so I was able to attend a fundraiser a few weeks ago, as well as present at a legislative district meeting with Mrs. Bowles and President Rooks and Mr. Toby. I wanted to give a shout out to the comms department. They started a new initiative. I don't know if you've seen it on the social media platforms yet. It's called 60 Seconds with Summers. And what it is it's our superintendent, informal videos with our superintendent, just describing what's happening in the district. This is something he shared with us is going to be continuing into the school year. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. I love that new program that you're rolling out. And then I just wanted to say, give a shout out to an event that's coming up August 1st. And the reason I'm bringing it up is it was one of my favorite events last year that I went to, and I just found out the date today. It's Centennial High School. Their booster club has a fundraiser, and it's called the Power Lift Night. And it is one of the most fun events. It's a great community event for kids, but that will be happening August 1st, and they're raising money for the football program at Centennial, and they have a very, very dedicated bunch of boosters over there. So it'd be great to show up, get some great food, and support those boosters. And then finally, I just wanted to say, you know, as Ms. Ewing mentioned, and for those of you that have seen the many, many hours that we have been spending, there's been a lot of heavy lifting going on. That started, I think, really last April when Dr. Summers came on. And there's this phrase that's been going through my head. We're kind of doing like the Great Peoria reboot. And we're really trying to honor the legacy, but as you reboot a computer, all the screens that you have open pop up, and you have to go through one by one and decide which programs you want to keep running, which things are still serving you. And that's really the work that this board has been doing. And it has been an honor to sit on this particular board with these individuals, because I think we've really hit our stride and we have been able to accomplish a lot. And just rest assured that the future is so bright. We are heading in the right direction, and over the next year or two, I would expect a lot of acceleration into the initiatives that we are bringing forward. And we're very excited to see how those initiatives bring forth just the best results for our students. So thank you for sticking with us in these very, very long board meetings with a lot of this heavy lifting. And thank you to Cabinet, who has been doing all that heavy lifting with and for us.
Mrs. Bowles, board member comments.
Yes. First, I want to say happy 4th of July. Faith, family, and freedom have always been part of my household. And I could not even wrap my brain around being anywhere else but in the United States of America. So I say that to say this: God, please continue to bless America. The 60 seconds that Ms. Prophet was talking about with Dr. Summers, very excited to see that. More communication, directly into the community. We always need that. Excited that we have a new, hard to navigate for some because it's brand new and probably it's been a long time, but a new website. So thank you for that. I don't think I have anything else but that. So have a good and safe 4th of July. Thank you.
Clerk Toby.
Yes, thank you. Yes, summertime does slow down a little bit in some ways and picks up in other ways, but it is a year, Dr. Summers, that you've been with us, so congratulations on surviving this last year. I know it's been a whirlwind. We appreciate your leadership, so just thank you for that. And then also another leadership topic, the Glendale Police Department Chief Brandt was officially installed as their permanent police chief. He was here not too long ago talking about the school resource program, so I look forward to working with Chief Brandt on expanding what that looks like and making our schools safe. So congratulations, Chief Brandt. Last weekend, I attended a farewell event for a Centennial graduate who's entering the Army. He was a common speaker here at our board meeting, Zach Sechka, and he'll be going to basic for 10 weeks and then off to a specialty. So just wanted to give him a shout out. And then as Ms. Proudfit said, we have been going to visit several LD meetings to talk about what this maintenance and operations override looks like, how is it going to benefit our district, and really just kind of communicating that piece ahead of time and working with the PAC. So thank you.
Well, I'm going to echo the happy 4th of July. I wrote that down. I even had Independence Day with an exclamation point written next to it. I've always loved growing up in this district and how very patriotic this district was, even when I remembered when I was a child in school here at Frontier and Sunrise Mountain High School, and just the love for your country, and just all the kids are just so excited. I love 4th of July, and so I just want to wish everybody a happy 4th of July, and same with Ms. Bowles, God bless our country. And yes, Officer Chief Brandt for Glendale Police, I saw that big announcement online, and he's amazing, and I can't wait to see all the work that he does in partnership with our Glendale schools in our district. So congratulations to him. I also want to say congratulations to Zach as well, who's been at some of our meetings and previous student, wishing him well, and God bless him for joining and serving our country. And last is, let's see, July 9th is our next board meeting. I think it was mentioned. And then also, I did have the opportunity to present at the LD 28 Republican meeting with 4 board members. We did post that on our website so that everybody can follow the open meeting law. We made sure to stick to only things that we have already voted on. So we wanted to give an update. Each of us took a turn sticking to those things that have already been voted on. So I just want to make sure we're transparent in that area. And then I did attend a fundraising event for the maintenance and override. It was hosted by Mayor Jason Beck, but he did it in his Jason Beck capacity as a citizen. So that was great for him to host that event to try to support our schools and the PAC, just being a good old citizen in Peoria. So that's all that I have for my board member comments. So I will hand it over to 6.2 superintendent comments. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Ricks, governing board members, cabinet guests. Few additional comments. So last week, Liberty's School Resource Officer, Lisa Hale, received the Presidential Award of Excellence from the Arizona School Resource Officers Association for her work in the development and leadership of the SRO program. Congratulations, Officer Hale, and thank you to all of our SROs and SLOs on our campuses who join in our commitment to keeping our students safe. Switching gears to our preschool programs, Peoria Unified is proud to have 13 preschool programs rated as Quality Plus or highest quality by Quality First, a signature program of First Things First. Preschool programs were rated on how well they meet quality standards using valid and reliable tools that focus on what research shows are the key components of quality early learning settings. Ratings of Quality Plus and highest quality recognize the district's commitment to providing the highest quality education possible. Congratulations to all of our preschool team for this achievement, and anyone interested in our preschool programs can visit peoriaunified.org/preschool to learn more. I also want to recognize our business services team, not just from the vantage point of our retiring and well-deserved accolades here this evening, Ms. Myers, and I'm glad that your team is here, but we want to shout out that Peoria Unified was recently recognized once again with the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for its annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Obviously, we take financial transparency very seriously, and we look forward to our budget presentation later this evening where we'll get to share more. And lastly, I think it was mentioned by a couple of board members, so I do want to invite our community to follow Peoria Unified on Facebook and Instagram, as I've had the privilege of sharing a few videos each week as part of a mini-series, 60 Seconds with Summers in summer. This is a great way for our community to stay connected to what's happening in Peoria Unified during summer break. And a side note, I'm actually appreciating there's a little bit of like some cameo work and getting used to the camera and the spotlight. So yes, there's more good things to come on that. So we appreciate your support, and thank you again. President Ricks, turn it back to you.
Thank you. Moving on to 7 action items. 7.1, consideration and potential approval of membership agreement with the Arizona School Risk Retention Trust. Dr. Summers will be presenting, but we also have Jennifer from the Arizona School Risk Retention Trust this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, President Ricks, Governing Board. So as you just mentioned, this item is at the request of members of the Governing Board that we bring forward the consideration of the approval of a membership agreement with the Arizona School Risk Retention Trust, also known as Trust or the Trust, which has authorized public school districts who are not currently members, such as Peoria Unified, to join for the purposes of obtaining limited indemnity coverage. So the district would consider purchase coverage for prepaid legal services, and the cost for these services is based on the district's current student count, and those costs would fluctuate based on usage over future years. The district would agree to use the prepaid legal services for a 3-year period of time. So you see some attachments in the presentation, but as you also noted, President Ricks, we do have Jennifer McLennan here. So Jennifer, I'd like to invite you up and reintroduce yourself, and happy to facilitate some additional dialogue with our board.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Summers. Madam President, members of the Governing Board, thank you for having me out tonight. So as Dr. Summers indicated, the Arizona Risk Retention Trust is governed by a board of trustees similar to Peoria Unified School District. And that board voted last week to allow non-members to participate in a membership program with the trust. And to be able to avail yourselves of model policy services. But in order for you to be able to avail yourself of that service, you would have to become a member of the trust and purchase a limited indemnity coverage. The one that makes the most sense is the prepaid legal program. That's a program that this district has never participated in prior. And I can give you a brief description, and then I know that you have questions. The prepaid legal program is a program that was set up by the trust in the early 2000 years. It has grown to cover most school districts that are members of the trust also purchase the limited indemnity prepaid legal program. There's a cap of $300,000. That's the limitation of the liability indemnity coverage. But only one school district has ever hit that mark in terms of their legal services required in the 20 years of the program's history. There is a prepaid panel list. There's a list of attorneys statewide that the trust has vetted that are available for use by any district. And essentially what services it would cover is any general legal services. So it doesn't cover anything with what I would call a V in it, someone suing you. It doesn't cover proceedings that are quasi-legal proceedings, such as matters before the Office of Civil Rights or an EEOC proceeding or an ADE state complaint. There are some services in which the attorneys and the school districts have to obtain special approval to cover. So examples of that would be if you have a special education matter that is not yet a due process matter, but you need an attorney to assist. That's that just requires another layer of approval through the Arizona School Risk Retention Trust. Another example might be, let's say you have a construction project going on, you have the need for an attorney to negotiate a construction contract on your behalf. That would be what they call a special. The attorneys who are on the panel are very used to the program. There is a software program called Origami. Everybody has a license to use that software. They go in, they open files, they get approvals if they exceed the allotted time limitations. And with that, I think from the district perspective, it's pretty seamless. You call the attorney, you have certain staff who are authorized to call the attorneys. They produce either written or oral advice, and your district relies upon it. And so that's a summary of how the prepaid legal program would be used. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate you being here this evening. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I do, thank you. So I think it's, Dr. Summers, you can make note of which ones it is, but I know that you said that there was 2 documents that were uploaded to this line item today, so just for our community, that give a nice overview of who the trust is and so forth. And so which are those 2 documents? Because I don't think our community necessarily has seen them.
Certainly, thank you, President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing. So actually, I'll just kind of briefly touch on the 4 that are in there. So you do have the membership agreement, which is the participation agreement that you'll see all of the recitals and the additional language. So that is the official, if approved, agreement that we would be signing. You also then have the proposal acceptance form that goes over the terms. Oh, thanks, Terry, for bringing that up. So you can go through what the different coverage limits are and so on and so forth, and then you see the annual contribution, and then the annual trust total contribution grand total at $85,250. Then there is also, and this, thank you, Jennifer, for sharing this, is the overview of what the prepaid legal service is all about. And then there's an appendix that just, those were the 2 documents specifically that were added a little bit later.
And so in such a large district, and so first of all, our community needs to understand that part of our executive services is we as a board have had quite a long discussion on this already. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But at being a rather large district, the ability to really be able to have full control over the costs of legal and also the services provided, and looking for ways to make sure that we're getting the best services out there, but also being very fiscally responsible. And so one of the things that I really like with this is that it gives us an opportunity to make sure that we've got very quality services that are being provided, but that are being kept at being very fiscally responsible with our dollars to be able to have this prepaid legal portion. And then being a large district, we also do continue need to have like some of the other legal services that we do have in place for things that are not covered through this, but it will allow us to be very fiscally responsible with regards to our legal services. So I just want to say that. I do have a question, Jennifer, on the 85,000, the bucket, the budget, is if we go to adopting trust services and we have to go through the process of transferring over, there's legal services that will be needed in making sure that our new policies align with our old policies and procedures and align with our employee handbooks, any sort of documents that are out there that are associated with the policy changes, procedure changes, and so forth. And I asked the question is, will we have to use that bank of 85,000 of legal services to do that? Or is all of that included in that, that membership price of transferring over?
Madam President, Ms. Ewing, good question. The costs associated with transferring the district's existing policy manual over to a new policy manual could be run through the prepaid legal program. In other words, you could rely upon attorneys that are on that bank, on that pre-approved list of attorneys, which does include the attorneys that you already use, to provide advice. And both of the attorneys that you primarily use have done that transition work before. There would not be an additional cost. So you would pay the proposal acceptance form breaks out the two coverages that you would be purchasing, the prepaid legal, which is at $70,000, and then the cost for the policy program, which is at $7,500. And so that initial cost would purchase the indemnity coverage for the prepaid legal services, and you would not have any excess services, assuming you don't get to the $300,000 mark, which you wouldn't.
And so the other question, and thank you for clarification, because that there's some processing fees in there that brings it up to that 85,000. So what happens with that that amount that's included in the prepaid legal? What happens if we exceed that dollar amount? What happens at that point? Because we are a large district, we do have a lot of things that are going along.
Madam President, Ms. Ewing, the dollar amount that was set is your insurance premium. So it works typically to any type of insurance program that you are buying. You are buying prepaid legal insurance. If you use more than $70,000 worth of legal fees, that over a 3-year period of time, the trust will track that, and your cost for the purchase of that indemnity program will rise or fall depending on usage. So the initial cost estimate that has been provided to you is based upon your student count, which is how the trust brings in any member that is new to the program. But after a 3-year period, it would be based on usage.
Okay, thank you. And so it's the new cost is figured after 3 years versus just after the first year.
I believe that's the case, Ms. Ewing, but I don't know that for sure. So I believe that's the case. I know that they use 3 years of history to look at the cost purchase, but they don't trust me to do that type of math analysis in terms of pricing out the insurances.
Well, and I asked that because I know the first year our costs might be higher, especially if we're using those services for the transfer over and questions and that type of thing. So it's good to know that they're not going to look at the first year as an average. So thank you. I think that's my only questions for now. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
I just wanted to say thank you. I know that we're kind of embarking in a new frontier, and so thank you for taking the time with the trust to find a way to, I guess, make this work for our district. I think that's kind of been the theme, is what are we building as we move forward? And so hopefully, I think your questions were really great, and hopefully explaining to the public exactly what we're proposing here. But essentially, you know, we have lawyers, lots and lots of lawyers. We have lots of legal needs, and we have separate RFPs or contracts with all those lawyers. This will bring all those lawyers under one umbrella. And as she referred to earlier, most of the lawyers, in fact, the ones we use the most, are already included in this pre-approved pool of lawyers. So it's not like we need to be changing different lawyers. These are all lawyers that already have experience with our district and that we've been working with. It provides more oversight, and I think more than anything else, it streamlines the process. And then going back to what we've been talking about month after month, is we're just creating a dynamic program that specifically meets the needs of our district. We're not trying to fit into a program where we might use some of it or not. This is very much tailored to our district, and so thank you for taking the time to, this is the second time you've been here. Thank you for taking the time to answer all of our questions and to take this back to your board. We really, really appreciate it.
Ms. Rooks, Ms. Proudfit, I will take that back to the Board of Trustees because it is an unusual ask and they considered it very carefully in their last board meeting and have talked about it twice this year. So I will take back your gratitude. But for my part, I'm happy to be here.
Mrs. Bowles?
Yes, thank you for taking care of a unique situation and your board. So please, yes, tell them thank you from us. And I am familiar with prepaid legal, and I think it's the best decision for our district for many reasons. Mainly, we need a systematic thing in place that we can track when we called, when we did this, when we did that. Not that the district doesn't have that, and to speak, I guess, a little bit more to what Ms. Profit said, RFPs, I've written contracts from RFPs, and I've written RFPs, and to follow some of that is daunting. Some up here have actually done that. So just to have those systematic things in place to know that you're doing that for us, so to speak. We still have the RFPs, and we still do some of that behind the scenes. But to track that and have a better, clean records and all that, that's important to me. And I believe that's important to most of our constituents as well. Can you reiterate, you had said that the first year's expenses, and I might have heard this wrong, that's why I need clarification. The first year's expenses of transferring, if we decide to go with the trust, is taken from the prepaid legal or taken out of the pool of that?
Ms. Rooks, Mrs. Bowles. So the legal expenses that you would incur to transition over to a new policy model could be billed through the prepaid legal insurance. So you would pay basically a premium of the costs that are reflected in the proposal acceptance form, and then you could use up to $300,000 worth of legal fees, which obviously exceeds your premium, to do whatever the district's needs are. Again, only one district has hit that mark, but that you would be able, so there's not going to be additional costs unless you chose to. If you chose to use a lawyer off the panel to do the legal work, that would be your choice, and you could always still do that. But if you chose to use a lawyer on the prepaid legal panel to do that transition work, that work would be billed through that program and would not be any additional cost. In addition, we're getting into 7.2, so I'll save my time, but Lillian Lee, who was here with me the last time we came out, and I also do a great deal of the heavy lifting. So we try to minimize the amount that the lawyers have to look at.
Okay, so then the transferring of policies, it doesn't come out of that $7,500. That is to house, so to speak, our policies. What is the $7,500 for?
Madam President, Ms. Bowles, the $7,500 is the cost for Peoria Unified of participation in the model policy program. And so that would include costs associated with the housing of the policies on the platform, the transition services that Lillian Lee and I would provide, as well as updates to your policy manual, including based on new legislation coming out. So that's what that fee would cover.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
No, I think Mrs. Bowles asked some of the questions I was asking, but just for clarity's sake, it takes time, effort, and money for us as a district to go out and acquire these RFPs and to vet these different vendors that are applying for these RFPs. So it does simplify, and it actually is the cost savings and time, money, and effort on our part. And is that also what you find with the other districts that do become members with the trust?
President Ricks, Mr. Toby, the prepaid legal program does save districts an enormous amount of time and energy in trying to provide legal services. The trust began that program almost 20 years ago to allow all of its members to have the same floor of opportunity to get consultation with legal services, because they were found that it prevented claims on the back end. If they were able to get legal advice, they found that there would be a reduction in the number of claims and lawsuits. So I do think it's both efficient, not only from a fiscal perspective, as Ms. Ewing pointed out, but also from a risk management perspective.
And Thank you for that. And then also, I understand it's in the contract, but could you just explain for the public about, should there be a conflict if two attorneys are required and they're on the same plan? What is the trust's remedy for that?
Sure, President Rooks, Mr. Toby. So the trust, the prepaid legal program has a lot of embedded methodology to try to prevent excessive costs for the program. So, for instance, the board could not choose to have two attorneys from the prepaid legal panel at the same board meeting, and the trust wouldn't, that would be an excess cost. One of those attorneys would need to be paid for by Peoria Unified. So that's one limitation. So that, I believe that that's what you're talking about with respect to a conflict. If there is an ethical conflict with the attorney, so let's say the attorney that you typically use has an ethical conflict of interest with a particular claimant. So this comes up from time to time. For instance, if the claimant has been a client of the firm in an estate capacity and is now filing a claim against a school district, that law firm would be conflicted out under the rules of ethics that apply to attorneys. Then you could use a different attorney on the prepaid legal panel for that work.
Okay, thank you for that.
I don't have any questions. I've very much researched a lot and have heard a lot about the trust in neighboring districts and the great work that you guys do. I will say, yeah, please let your board know. Thank you so much for diving deep into this opportunity and bringing it to our governing board. I'm very thankful. I mean, I'll probably talk a little bit more onto the policy services, the next one. So, but thank you for being here tonight as well on this. I appreciate it.
President Rooks, my pleasure.
Is anybody, oh yes, Mrs. Ewing, go ahead.
Thank you. I had a question on this dollar amount or the prepaid legal services. Is that something like, because I'd like to keep track for our district on how we're doing on that. Are we going over that type of thing? So is that something that you guys keep track of and notify us, or I don't know how that works?
President Rooks, Ms. Ewing, I mentioned that there's a software platform that files are opened up under. It's called Origami. I know that your incoming business superintendent is very familiar with it. She will be able to access and determine exactly how many to the 0.3, as lawyers speak, so to the 18-minute increment, how many files have been opened, how much time has been spent. It's very transparent for the user, and those reports can be generated and provided to the board.
Okay, perfect, great, thank you.
Does anybody else have any further questions? No? All right, so I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion on the floor to approve the Arizona School Risk Retention Trust membership agreement as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on now to 7.2, consideration and potential approval of Model Policy Program Services Agreement with Arizona School Risk Retention Trust. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members. So with the just official approval of item 7.1, that brings you to 7.2, which is the consideration and potential approval of Model Policy Program Services Agreement with the Arizona School Risk Retention Trust. So what you see attached to the agenda is the Model Policy Program Agreement for 2025 through 2026. Should the district enter into this agreement, there would be a payment of $7,500 annually for a 3-year term to obtain these policy services. And again, myself and Jennifer are here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I would like to go at the end, please, or before you. Thank you.
I understand what you would like to do, but we're going to you right now. I'm seeing if you would
Okay,
like to.
I just wanted to hear more comments from my other board members, but okay. So, when a district considers policy services, they have to make sure that the organization that they're working with is certainly has individuals who've had lots of experience in the field, very qualified, and making sure that that there's good legal evidence behind that. And when, as a board member, I'm looking at both the ASBA and also the trust. And both of those policies are very, policy organizations and policy manuals are both very sound policy organizations. They're very good. They're very good with their models and the way that they create policy and ensure that the districts are being covered and so forth. So in that respect, I think that the trust is a good organization. I have been a county co-director of Maricopa County co-director of ASBA as well. And so I have some experiences of additional services that ASBA has that the trust is not, but Peoria Unified is not taking advantage of a lot of those services for various different reasons. And so I know that on this board that there is a real desire to go to the trust policies for lots of different reasons, and I am seeing that certainly as this has been presented, because I did second this when Ms. Rooks brought this up to have the trust be considered, is that it is showing that it couldn't be fiscally responsible for our district to go forward with the policy services. I do have some reservations about in terms of how long that they've been in business. ASBA's been in business a lot longer, and they have access to more policies from other states and other districts and so forth when we're crafting them and so forth. But I also feel like our district is of the size and volume that we haven't necessarily needed that. So it's a difficult decision for me because I see all of the great things that ASBA has in their policy services, and they're very good policy services, and I see the great things with the trust as well, and I know that the rest of my board is very on board with going forward with the trust policies. So I just wanted to make sure that I said that, and that was why I wanted to be able to hear the rest of the group on a lot of the questions and so forth. I am curious, and I think it would be good for our community to understand when we go through that transfer process, we have to update certainly our policies, but then there will be a lot of domino effects that will happen. So we will have to update our employee handbook, and that was something that was provided to us through ASBA. We have some things that we have already changed and adapted, but will the trust be helping us with the domino effect of updating policies, and then what that will cause us to have to update in employee handbooks, student handbooks, possible documentations out there, and so forth. So I know that right now it's a big lift for our district to do all of that, but I think it would be good. I don't know whether that's Dr. Summers or if that's you of talking about what that work looks like over this short period of time.
President Rooks, Ms. Ewing. I'm so sorry, Ms. Rooks. The answer to your question is that the downstream change to things like your website, your forms, any handbooks that are used, student parent handbook, could be completed through your district administration with the support of any legal advisor that you need through the prepaid legal program that you just approved. So the answer to that is yes, the trust can provide support through the prepaid legal program. Lillian Lee and I also have looked at handbooks and made suggestions and changes, especially when someone doesn't know exactly how the policies translate over to each other. So the answer is yes, the trust will provide support, and any legal support you would need to make those changes to the documents could be provided through the prepaid legal services.
And I know that our Susan was talking about that there's a lot of trainings that your services provide and that go along with that. So can you talk a little bit about that with the shift in going from one policy services to another, and helping our staff and community understand the new policies? So can you talk a little bit about the trainings?
Absolutely. So the trust does a one-day legal summit. It's held. It's called the Policy Governance Summit. It's going to be on August 28th this year at the Canby downtown. We bring in attorneys and provide an overview of new legislation and topics, ranging from open meeting law. We're having a topic by 2 in-house lawyers this year regarding police on campus and the use of SROs. So we provide that. Last year we had an AI topic. So that's one. And then Lillian and I have developed a board secretary training. If you have a new board secretary that I've done, that is included within the model policy program, as well as a board orientation. If we're going beyond what those things are, so I had a district ask this week for training regarding a variety of new laws, including the ones that you're going to be considering next month, the cell phone laws, mandatory reporting changes. And so if it gets more tailored, then we can offer that a prepaid legal attorney do that. I can serve as that in that role as well, because I maintain my law license and my affiliation with Gus Rosenfeld. So in that perspective, I told that board and that district, I can come, I can do the training, but that's not on our offered list, and I can run it through prepaid.
And then just for our community to understand, we had this conversation of, well, what would that look like as far as the transfer of services on our website facing out to the community? If our policy services get taken down and new ones get put up, what does that look like, and what does that time frame? I know that there was some discussions around that, so I don't know if that's you or if that's Dr. Summers to talk about that.
President Rooks, Ms. Ewing, let me talk about what we could do, and it's up to the board. If you approve this item tonight, it's up to the board, the timing. It's my understanding, based on my conversations with Dr. Summers, that there's some desire to do this right away. Maybe even as soon as your July 9th board meeting. So I have committed to Dr. Summers that we would do everything in our power at the trust to make sure that we can do that. That's a lot of work over a holiday time period, but we can get you the basic formatted, updated trust manual for your consideration at a July board meeting. And then some of the work, my suggestion would be, having done this for 2 years, that the big heavy lifting that you're talking about in terms of assimilating policies that are unique to Peoria would be done over time. There may be policies that your administration can identify for us that you know that you want to have inputted. We had a governing board consider and adopt the policy manual last night, and they had done a lot of work on their student discipline policies, so we knew to put those in. So there may be some policies that this board has worked on in recent months, years, that your administration knows are very important to your mission, and we can do some. But the side-by-side comparisons, going over it in detail, making sure that it's personalized for Peoria Unified, it might be my suggestion that you do that in a slow roll over a year. That there are at least 2 districts that have operated that way, Dysart Unified being one of the very first adopters of the model policy program. And they decided quickly to move. They adopted the formatting as is, and then their board considers different chapters on a rolling basis annually.
All right, thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
I do not have any questions. I just wanted to kind of just reiterate again that we're the 4th largest district in the state of Arizona, and we are a very comprehensive and dynamic district. We have a lot of just diversity within our district in a lot of ways. And I think that this new direction with the trust is going to be able to truly give us the alignment, this being streamlined, but also the freedom that we need to truly create policies that serve our district. Coming in, one of the things, and I've been on the board for just under 2 years, one of the things is that our policy is only as good as our ability to enforce it. And the ASBA policy services, it's so comprehensive that sometimes it's not providing, in my opinion, our admin with strong enough policy to be able to know how to uphold it on a site level. And so it's going to take all the work in the world, but in my opinion, our handbooks, these are all things that I think Dr. Summers, even coming in April, had, these are already things we were planning on updating. And so having this be the catalyst for that is actually very exciting to me. I'm so sorry, district employees, because it's going to be a huge lift, but it's the right hard work to do to ensure that, clarity is kindness, and having strong policy, I think, will just continue to provide us that scaffolding as we build out the future of Peoria. So again, thank you very much. Oh, one more thing I did want to mention. Any of the policy that we've had through ASBA, which again, I've been on the board just under 2 years, I can only recall maybe once or twice, and we've had a ton of policy come across in the past 2 years. We almost always, particularly with this new board, are making changes to those policies. When we have adopted policy that has had any change from policy services verbiage, we automatically own it. And so there's a lot of policy that already we have formatted to Peoria language, and we won't, it's not like we lose that policy. So we're not just starting out and it's a free-for-all. This is something that's very doable. It is a heavy lift, but we're not leaving people out to dry or anything like that. We are in really strong footing to, I think, begin this. So excited to move forward.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
First of all, I just want to say policy program services from the trust is, I feel, 100% being physically and financially responsible in our district. Ms. Proudfit reminded me of something that did come up on this board, and that was, and I won't go into the weeds with this, but there wasn't, as she just described, a backup of ASBA for the board when we had questions. I'll just leave that alone, but I don't know when, but I have to say, first of all, yes, I think a framework by July 9th is feasible, and that's what I think I heard you say, a framework of policies. Unfortunately, I've read a bazillion policies in the last few weeks, and come to find out there are a lot of similarities and categorized, right? And so it's not a daunting task except the uniqueness to the district. And again, Ms. Proudfit touched on that a bit. So if we could ask that it be done by July, just that framework, that would be amazing. And I think you described it as updating the trust manual framework of what we need to just hit the ground running. I also would, in addition to that, like to see, especially the ones that we have implemented, and that being, I don't remember the name, so I apologize for that, but the unique policies that this district has already adopted that are ours and not necessarily ASBA's. And that was the sexual discrimination policy, the social worker policy, and I think there was one more. But just any that we have created so that we are sure that that is on, part of that framework, I guess. I would like to request that. But other than that, I'm excited that we're moving forward, and I don't really have any questions other than if that was a question, if you can do that or not. I would really like to see that as a board member. Thank you.
President Rooks, may I be heard on that point?
Yes, of course.
Ms. Bowles, we can take any policy that has been written by this board and uploaded into your current policy manual and transfer that over as is. It just will have a number instead of lettering. But Lillian and I are very skilled at putting those into the policy manual where they fit. So we will make sure to do that. We can also create for Peoria Unified a unique listing of the policies in which it appears that you have differentiated yourselves. And so we will create that as we go through. I don't know that the entirety of the differentiated policies will be transitioned by July 9th, but the core. And I also want to be clear, the policy manual that would be presented is a legally compliant policy manual. So
That leads me to one question that I'm going to ask, I guess, at this point. Knowing a little bit of what Ms. Ewing said, knowing that our student handbooks and our, district manuals, employee, student is the only one that's coming to mind, is it possible to use the same letters, or is that unique to ASBA? If we were able, because I know the categories are similar, right, if you're familiar somewhat with policy, can we use the same, GC, whatever, so that we don't have to redo all of that, or we're just going to need to redo that anyway?
unfortunately, you'll have to redo.
Okay.
Because it's
I had a feeling that was
an
the answer.
entirely different
Understood.
system. So,
Okay, thank you.
I'll give you an example. In Chapter 4, in the HR section, your existing policy manual divides it out between your classified employees or your support staff employees and your certificated, and the trust format is one policy for all employees. So that would be an example.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Clerk Toby, any questions?
Just one, I think it kind of spins off of what Mrs. Bowles was saying, but the policy specifically that we developed I would say probably within the last 12 months, I kind of foresee that being part of the core of what we would implement right off the bat. And I wouldn't want to lose that and then bring that in over time. So I don't know if there's another way, either you can place it as is, or can we make another chapter as far as like Peoria-owned policies or Appendix A, something to that degree, so that way we can implement those right away.
Ms. Ricks, Mr. Toby, we'll make sure to assimilate those into the policy manual. I know that your administration can assist me or I can look at your board minutes for the last year, but we can make sure that anything that you've worked on, that this board has worked on, is presented to you in the format that you want it for July 9th.
Okay, great, thank you.
I have one question. So the framework that you speak of bringing to July 9th, I appreciate the new policies that we have implemented, if that's part of it too. But the framework that you have, will we be able to, into each policy, if there's something we want to change, are we going to be able to do that with how it's presented, or is it going to just be one big framework? Or is each policy going to be kind of laid out if there's something that we want to look at more of changing? Does that make sense?
President Ricks, it does.
Okay.
It's your policy manual, and it's your adoption process, so you can make changes just as you do now. I don't know how long, I don't know what time frame your board meeting is set for, but again, you absolutely have that ability. With most school districts, when they've adopted that approach to try to, on the dais, provide feedback, they've done it through a study session, and then the changes would be incorporated and approved at the next board meeting. Given the timing of what you're talking about, again, I think the most logical approach for Peoria is going to be to consider and adopt the structural manual, not as is, because there will be additions and changes unique to Peoria, but just the basic format of the trust model policies, and then to make the changes that this board wants to see either through a study session process or through an annual review.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. That was the only question I had. I just had a comment on, 4 years ago, starting on this, I was a parent in the district, and I started to learn what school board does, and I learned about the Arizona School Board Association, who we currently have, and what I started to learn about them and researching and the videos that they had and the trainings, just as a parent, I just was shocked. I couldn't believe some of the stuff that they were showing on video trainings, because a lot of that was during COVID, and it just didn't sit well with me as a mom. I couldn't believe that that's the mindset that was going in front of children, because children they're so innocent. And I know, Melissa, I know you work with them, but the stuff that I just saw, it had the CRT stuff in it. It had anti-racist. It had white privilege. And I just was like, we're talking about kids. Kids don't pay attention to that when they're on the playground. And I just remember being so shocked by how, because they're supposed to be about policy services, supposed to be about governance, helping governing board members. And I just felt like it was so politically driven. And I didn't like it as a mom, seeing that. And so I learned then that they had opposition and supportive measures for certain legislation bills. And just to see this strong opposition of any bill that had any mindset of a parent perspective, and the stuff that they were against in legislation, I couldn't believe it. I get it that it's out there in the outside world, but we're talking about schools and kids. I just did not like seeing that message in that type of an organization as a mom. And so now here we are today, 4 years later, and I'm so thankful for the trust, because this is the type of vision that I'm looking for. I'm looking for someone in an organization that is going to work with governing boards on policies, because that's one of the things that is in law. Governing board works on policies. We work to govern those policies and to critique it to match the needs of the students and the staff and the community. And that's what I'm looking for. I want to look at the policies. I want to get down to any piece of language that is going to best support Peoria Unified and the students. And all the other stuff, I don't want it there. And so I just wanted you to know that, so you can let your board know that as a mom and as a board president, I'm so incredibly thankful that there is a different direction that we finally are able to look at. So thank you.
Thank you, President Rooks. I'll make sure I take that message back.
So with that, oh yes, Mrs. Ewing, go ahead.
Thank you. So first of all, I'm sorry that you had that experience. I can say with ASBA, that was a different board, and it's a very different board now. So those things are not there. At least that's what they're working towards. So 2 questions for you, because you did bring up like the delegation piece that's with ASBA, and that actually, sometimes individuals think it's just a few people that decide what they're going to lobby with, but actually one of the things about that organization is when you have policy services with them is you get to be a delegate and you come together, all of the members of ASBA get to decide together what are the important topics that they would like an ASBA representative to go down to the Capitol and lobby for. And so that's something that they have. So anything that they're lobbying for, there are hundreds of members who have decided that and have come through the delegation process. So my one question is because I know this topic has been brought up on our board, is does the trust have any sort of lobbying groups that are down at the district or down at the Capitol lobbying on things that on the best behalf of your members? And then I have a question as far as copyright. So like with ASBA policies, when they would bring a policy forward because of a law or a change or that type of thing. They always have their little copyright symbol on it. But then if we go through, and I believe this is the process, if we go through and make some sort of language change, then that copyright is removed. And I'm assuming that piece would then be removed for trusts as well if we don't adopt whatever is your model policy. And then but the purpose of having that copyright piece on there is so that we can say it has been reviewed by legal. And so one of the things I always ask for is if we make a change to a copyright policy, that it is fully reviewed by legal, whatever changes we make. So I'm assuming then those services would be pulled out of that prepaid legal fund if we made a change to a model policy that you gave us, but then also had to have a second look over to make sure we didn't change it to be outside of whatever legal requirements we have to. That was a lot, sorry.
That's all right. President Rooks, Ms. Ewing. I'm going to answer your limited question first, which is if Peoria Unified changes the policy in a substantial way, then the trust would remove the copyright and in the same fashion. And just so you know, the model policies that are written or any changes to them are vetted by the same 4 law firms that created the policy manual to begin with. So there's at least 4 different lawyers' eyes before it ever comes to your plate. The first question that you asked, the Arizona School Risk Retention Trust does not lobby on behalf of school boards. The trust does employ lobbyists for the limited purpose of looking at risk management. So if there's going to be a change in our law that would increase liability risks for school districts, there's lobbyists associated with that. But as far as general lobbying efforts, such as provided by your current policy organization, the trust does not provide those.
Okay, thank you.
If no further questions or comments, I just need yes, Clerk Toby.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't pipe up often, but I just want to say that not only is this a step as far as cleaning up our policies and streamlining processes, but it's also an effort in transparency. Part of the contract, and correct me if I'm wrong, is an inspection and audit component by the trust. So basically, from what I understand, is that the trust can now come into the district, come into the buildings and inspect it at any time that they want, including our financials. So isn't that an added layer of transparency and another pair of eyes looking at what we're doing here in Peoria?
Madam President, Mr. Toby, I believe what you're talking about was with respect to the item 7.1 agreement.
The prepaid
correct.
legal, correct.
And that would be true only with respect to the contribution portion.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
If no further questions or comments, board members, I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to approve Model Policy Program Service and Agreement with Arizona School Risk Retention Trust as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And is there, if you could run us through a voice vote, please?
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on now to 7.3, discussion and consideration of the publication of the proposed fiscal year 2025-2026 maintenance and operations, district additional assistance, classroom site fund, and other expenditure budgets, and authorization to hold a public hearing no later than July 15th, 2025. Ms. Myers, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Brooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and community. Thank you for the opportunity to provide information regarding our fiscal year 2026 proposed expenditure budget for the Peoria Unified School District. Tonight, I will share general budget information and requirements, highlights from the fiscal year 2026 budget process and proposed budget amounts for maintenance and operations, capital and classroom site fund, as well as select cash-controlled and grant funds. I would also like to thank our budget analysts, Veronica Fabella and Araceli Angel, for their contributions to the budget development process for fiscal year 2026. The budget process takes several months every fiscal year, and over 5, this will be the 6th meeting, we have shared information with the governing board on our process, as well as input from the district's budget team, which is comprised of 30 employee stakeholders here in Peoria Unified. The governing board previously took action and approved the fiscal year 2026 compensation-related budget recommendations that were presented by administration on March 27th, earlier this year. Per Arizona Revised Statute 15-905, school districts are required to adopt an expenditure budget by July 15th each year, and this includes the requirement to propose and publish the expenditure budget by July 5th, no later than July 5th, and to hold a public hearing prior to the adoption of the expenditure budget. Public school districts also typically revise their expenditure budget in December and May of each year. This year, the Arizona Auditor General's Office has published preliminary fiscal year 2026 budget forms for school districts to propose their budgets prior to July 5th. And this is due to the fact that the legislative session is still underway and there has not yet been a final budget at a state level for fiscal year 2026. ADE and the Arizona Auditor General's Office has directed public school districts to propose and adopt their fiscal year 2026 expenditure budget on the preliminary forms that you see tonight, and to revise their budget to align to the final legislation and state budget as early as September 15th this year per Arizona Revised Statute. And I've shared in previous meetings that there are internal and external factors that affect the budget process. Fixed and variable considerations include new funding from the state of Arizona, student enrollment levels, which are so important. We've talked about our enrollment levels in recent meetings, as well as ballot initiative outcomes, resources and student learning initiatives, facility maintenance and utilization, as well as contingency and budget reserve levels. The preliminary budget forms and proposed budget incorporate legislation that has been passed to date and statute. This includes the qualifying tax rate, fiscal year 2026 classroom site fund, per student funding levels, as well as a new fund balance reporting and summary page that is now part of the preliminary budget forms that you see for the proposed budget, and that will highlight budget balance carry forwards that are projected as of June 30th, 2025. That's the last page of the proposed budget, but also you'll note what is being projected as a carry forward at June 30th, 2026. And you'll see those amounts noted on the first page, as well as the maintenance and operations, capital, and classroom site fund pages here in the proposed budget. And the district's annual tax rate will also be set later this summer, and within this preliminary or the proposed budget, rather, we have an estimate for the tax rates on the first page. In addition, final fiscal year 2026 funding will include things like an updated base support level. The final forms that the district will receive from the AG's office will apply to the entire fiscal year. So even though we might revise in September, as an example, that effective date is July 1st. Projected budget balance carry forwards for fiscal year 2025 can be reviewed again on the last page of the proposed budget. Administration has recommended that the governing board consider a reserve policy in the future to be part of future budget development. The preliminary budget has been calculated using the fiscal year 2025 base support level, and I shared this slide on June 11th at our study session. And you'll note just a slight difference from the $303,947,755 amount compared to the front page of the proposed budget. And that's simply due to we rounded the projected carry forward to be $26 million. So that rounding increased it slightly to be over $304 million. We believe that once all of the final legislation is in place, and if the 2% inflation funding it does come to fruition, which we believe it will, and that has been built into all of our pro formas along the way, our expenditure budget in maintenance and operations will actually be closer to $310 million, including our fiscal year 2025 carry forward. And so with that, I've shared in the past, maintenance and operations is where the majority of the district's expenditures take place every day. It's salaries and benefits, purchased services, supplies, utilities, special education, and transportation costs. The proposed fiscal year 2026 M&O budget amount is $304,112,456 and is based on 31,854.7812 projected unweighted student average daily membership, which is a fancy way to say enrollment, as well as an estimate of $26 million for the fiscal year 2025 carry forward. Maintenance and operation funds cannot be used to build a new school or to renovate and repair buildings and campus infrastructure. Arizona revised statutes allow a public school district to ask their community to approve an annual M&O budget increase through an override election to support positions and programs that may not be possible utilizing the funding that's received annually from the state of Arizona. Statute allows an M&O override to exceed the maintenance and operations budget up to 15% of the revenue control limit, and you can see that calculation with our current override within the proposed budget. We currently have a 13% override, which was most recently continued by our community in November 2020 and is supported through secondary property taxes within the district. If not continued in year 5, which is November 2025, for fiscal year 2026, the override begins to phase out a third in year 6, 2/3 in year 7, and then is fully eliminated in year 8. Administration estimated with this budget development and proposed budget, the 2% inflation funding. We did include that in our calculation for the override, and the reason why that's important is we need to set the tax rate. And we want to make sure we're at that higher amount, including the inflation funding, to have an alignment with what we believe our final funding will be once the final budget is passed. The proposed budget also includes $33 million of funding from the 13% M&O override, which funds assistant principals, nurses, healthcare providers, athletics, extracurricular activities, PE, art, band, and choir, as well as gifted and reading programs throughout the district. The funding also assists the district in maintaining class size, providing compensation to attract and retain quality teachers and staff, and provides funding for all-day kindergarten, as the state only provides funding for a half day. The proposed expenditure budget also includes a number of projected fiscal year 2026 expenditure changes that I've shared before, so I'll just simply highlight them. We know we have an Arizona State Retirement System contribution decrease this year for both employer and employees, which is resulting in an expenditure reduction of about $500,000 for next year. We've already had approval from the governing board and presented in March our $716,000 increase for Valley Schools Employee Benefit Group contributions, as well as a $1 million increase for our Valley Schools Insurance Group contribution. Bus driver compensation has increased to $24 an hour, resulting in a $500,000 budget impact, and we also have estimated that utilities and contracted expenses at our initial budget development stage are increasing around $500,000. In addition, missed a couple of slides there, we'll keep going. In addition, eligible employees in Peoria Unified will receive a 2% increase to their base compensation next year. The eligibility requirements are detailed on the slide. The employees needed to be with the district at least a half year, as well as return to work for their assignment. The cost of the compensation increase to M&O is $3.2 million. In addition, the fiscal year 2026 expenditure budget includes increased annual costs for instructional aides, staffing, including contracted staff in that area. This next slide details raises that have been in effect since the passing of Prop 123, the 20 by 2020 initiative, and ongoing inflation funding from the state of Arizona. This new funding has helped support raises to staff in recent years, over the last 10 years, to retain employees and to address compression concerns for employees who were within the district years ago when there was limited funding, when there were pay freezes, and there were not raises for quite some time. So there's that before Prop 123 and the inflation funding restoration, and after, and that's highlighted here on this slide. And administration has also shared at past governing board meetings that the district has declining enrollment. And that has reduced funding amounts, including this year, as well as what we're projecting for next year. And in order to support the priority from the governing board for teacher compensation, as well as bus drivers, and to be able to provide the 2% raise to eligible employees, we are using a one-time funding mechanism that we've reviewed in detail over several meetings for the fiscal year 2026 budget, pending the district's new strategic plan and ongoing refinement of budget allocations aligned to program outcomes and priorities. I will now transition from M&O to our capital budget for next year. Capital funding is used to purchase technology, software, instructional aids, textbooks, vehicles, equipment, and capital repairs and construction for buildings and infrastructure. So if M&O is people and positions, capital is buildings, buses, computers, as an example. The proposed district additional assistance capital budget for fiscal year 2026 is $50,359,283 with an estimated fiscal year 2025 carry forward of $30 million. At the June 11th study session, administration reviewed capital priorities from both new capital funding as well as from our capital budget balance carry forward. The projects listed on this slide are part of the district's capital improvement plan. Now we'll move to Classroom Site Fund for next year. Classroom Site Fund is defined in Arizona Revised Statute 15-977 and can be used for classroom teachers and student support services staff compensation and performance pay. When it comes to student support services, it's important that they are coded to function 2100, as well as assessment, intervention, and teacher development. Classroom Site Fund is funded by a 0.6 sales tax, as well as the portion of K-12 state land trust distributions that take place each year. The fiscal year 2026 Classroom Site Fund percent increase that was approved at the March 27th board meeting includes a 25% to 35% increase to the Classroom Site Fund portion of an eligible exempt employee salary, as well as other employees who have received the equivalent of that Classroom Site Fund compensation increase percentage funded from M&O. An example would be our instructional coaches who are coded to function 2200. In addition to the percentage increase for next year, a Classroom Site Fund monetary add-on was also approved, ranging from $500 to $2,000 based on the employee's years of service with the district. Once again, legacy employees who have received the equivalent funding from Classroom Site Fund will also receive this compensation increase, but it will be funded from maintenance and operations. In addition, on March 27th, the governing board approved an increase to the certified teacher salary placement schedule to assist with recruiting efforts, as well as the continuation of the protected day for certified teachers, including nurses, LPNs, and related services eligible staff. The estimated cost of the fiscal year 2026 Classroom Site Fund compensation initiatives that were previously approved by the governing board total $6.7 million. The proposed Classroom Site Fund budget for fiscal year 2026 is $85,332,092, which also includes an estimated fiscal year 2025 carry forward of $49 million. We've set that budget limit at the highest amount with the carry forward. That carry forward is planned for over time, and we've shared that information before, and I have that detailed here on this slide. In recent years, we've had compensation increases from Classroom Site Fund, as well as the increases to our certified placement schedule. We are calculating over the next several years that there will be a reduction of that carry forward that I mentioned, And that will also allow for capacity for additional ongoing compensation increases from Classroom Site Fund and other eligible expenses. We've highlighted intervention as a priority, and teacher development opportunities also can be funded from Classroom Site Fund. So we expect to see that carry forward come down over the next several years. So it's programmed in and planned for. The fiscal year 2026 proposed expenditure budget also includes compensation and staffing initiatives that were previously reviewed and approved at the March 27th meeting. I have them highlighted on this slide in summary form. In addition, as was shared at the June 11th study session, the budget team and administration are also recommending the hiring of 15 new literacy intervention classroom teachers to be funded from Classroom Site Fund next year. Also included in the proposed expenditure budget are grant and cash controlled funds. A few examples of cash controlled funds are listed on this slide. In addition, the proposed budget includes a federal and state grant total budget in combination of $31,899,780. The complete list of 20-plus cash-controlled funds, as well as food and nutrition, instructional improvement, and federal and state grants can be reviewed on page 6 of the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. I will now discuss next steps. During this agenda item, the governing board can consider the proposed fiscal year 2026 expenditure budget as presented for approval to hold a public hearing prior to adopting the budget on or before July 15th, 2025. Jumping ahead. Once that approval has taken place, there will be also the opportunity to, after adoption, I should say, once the state budget has been finalized and the final budget forms are released, the governing board will have the opportunity to approve a revised budget in September. And then, of course, we have our normal cadence of a budget revision in December and then again in May. And so with that, the governing board certainly has an opportunity to consider the proposed expenditure budget as presented for approval tonight and to also approve a public hearing prior to adopting the budget again on or before July 15th. The date we have set is July 9th, just in 2 weeks. And with that, that concludes the presentation. Administration is available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Myers, for presenting the budget this evening. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Thank you for putting together this detailed report, and I will miss having you so meticulously go through this. So I was trying not to get caught up in that as I was listening to you. One of the things that every time we see this budget, I'm impressed with our ability to find ways to use our funds very strategically. That includes the priorities that we really want to focus, which is certainly on our, it is definitely on our staff and making sure that we are investing in our staff. So I appreciate how we work really hard with all the different buckets to be able to try to find ways to show our appreciation to them. And I'm excited about the literacy teachers we have coming on board, if we can get that many recruited in a short amount of time. So, but it also does continue to show me that we do need to do some work on enrollment stabilization. I know that's a district-wide thing, and I would like to see those numbers staying the same or going up. But I know that's a full effort. And then lastly, I know that in previous presentations, you've discussed the recommended carry forward amount, and you have also discussed that the board can take action to actually create a policy going forward, and that would be a way to ensure that we're continuing to remain fiscally responsible. So can you just talk a little bit more about where we are with that recommended carry forward and just how we're doing in that? And I can't remember which slide number that was on, but that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board, Mrs. Ewing. that ongoing review and work will continue into the new fiscal year. I've shared information, guidance that we've received from GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, as well as information that has been published from the Arizona Auditor General on what's the definition of a healthy reserve balance or budget balance carry forward. GFOA highlights that 2 months might be something to consider. It really comes down to also priorities within the strategic plan. Would it be a percentage of the revenue control limit? That's what we've had in recent years with our informal approach, but it could certainly be formalized to have a floor not to go below a certain percentage, or be it 1 month, 2 months, or however many months the governing board feels would be important to have as part of our policy. And then if by chance the district were to drop below that floor, what is the mechanism to increase it? Because it's always a trade-off of expending new monies, or do you hold some of that back to spend as part of a planned initiative? We talked a little bit about budget allocations aligned with program outcomes. What does that look like? Do you invest, as we are right now, by using our reserves as part of a one-time funding mechanism to continue the work as we go into the new year, to be in the strongest position to continue moving forward, having that new strategic plan help guide? So it's going to be an ongoing project and process with the governing board and the administrative team and Dr. Summers in the new fiscal year.
Thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I did want to say something about, as we're talking about the decline in enrollment, just for the public listening, it's kind of a comprehensive situation. So we have, aging demographics in our district is one factor. We have more families utilizing choice in education and taking homeschooling or taking their kids to charter schools. And I kind of look at this time that we have as we kind of have a respite, which is good because we need a minute to catch our breath. And then as we looked at our last study session, we're going to be seeing an increase again, particularly in the north. So we have the next couple years to really get our feet under us to plan for what the future brings and the shift kind of in the geography of our district. I wanted to point everyone's attention to slide 13. I think that's a great slide. So whenever people say, well, what happens if the override doesn't pass? In addition to kind of what we have said are the priorities, all of these things are funded with override. So if we didn't have the money to fund them, that would be a real tragedy. So those are some of the things. So any or all of those things could potentially, we would really have to do some really creative financing to be able to keep all of that. I just wanted to kind of give a plug for the 15, the budgeting that was the budgeting that was allocated for the 15 literacy interventionists. I think we're anticipating, Dr. Hernandez said at least 5 for the next school year, and 5 for the next school year, and just kind of putting our money where our mouth is, saying that literacy is something we are really, really focusing on, and being able to show that with these budgets, I think does a lot to instill confidence in the board and in the district for the community. And then if anyone else has any other questions, this was obviously very comprehensive, but if they want to go back to the recording, it's an even more comprehensive report on the proposed budget. And was it June 11th? Is that right? Okay, so the June 11th study session, Ms. Myers gave a really comprehensive presentation. So anyone that wants to dig more into this, that would be a great start, or they can reach out to anyone in district to set up a meeting or to potentially look at serving on a committee. So thank you very much.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. I am grateful that you're bringing up the percentage that we need to have for cushion in our district, for obvious reasons if you don't watch the news and know what's going on in other districts. So we need to make sure as a board that we look into that and maybe or maybe not create policy around that. So I appreciate that. I had another question, and it's probably around that. So I won't ask that. Literacy and the teachers, and while I appreciate we're looking at that, I'm still not completely sold on how we're using that, but I do appreciate in this context that we're putting money toward the literacy component in our district, because as we all know, if you can't read, you are going to be on the poverty level. So thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Just one. Thanks again, Ms. Myers, for all these presentations. One more silly question for me. The classroom site funds on page 1, or it's not page 1. It won't.
Thank you, President
Won't
Ricks.
show.
Clerk Toby, in the presentation or the physical budget?
Oh, the budget. Yeah, I think it's actually page 4 on the actual budget printout. At the bottom, it talks about interest earned in classroom site funds for fiscal year 2025. Question is, who do we bank with? And do we know off the top of your head what interest rate we're getting on the funds that sit in that account?
Thank you, President Rooks. Clerk Toby, members of the governing board, as is the case with school districts throughout Arizona, Maricopa County Treasurer is where our unspent funds reside. Revenue comes in, warrants are executed for district expenditures. So if there is a fund balance that is eligible to earn interest, the Maricopa County Treasurer is the public entity that is managing our monies, and we can certainly provide in a Friday report information on the interest earning. There's some information in our annual comprehensive financial report as well each year on that, but we can certainly provide that interest rate amount and additional information in a Friday report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I do have a question. I don't know if we can pull up it's in the budget actual line item. I don't know if we can pull that document up so I can kind of point so everybody else can see. Great, thank you. I appreciate that. So I think it's page 2. It's line item 550, K through 3rd reading program. And I see that there is an amount there for salaries. I just wanted to know what salaries those are for. I don't know if you can answer that, Ms. Myers, or if that is Dr. Hernandez, but.
Thank you, President Works, members of the governing board. We do have a K-3 reading line item, and we also have a separate budget in that area each year. When we do our October AFR reporting, that information is included. We can certainly provide in a Friday report the detail of what is charged and the position title for you. We can do that this week.
Okay, well, I kind of asked that question because I was doing a little digging myself here, real quick. And I just want to clarify the K through 3rd reading program. Is that possible that is the move on when ready or move on when reading? I believe they said on their website that is ADE school finance. It'll be listed as the K through 3rd reading budget line item. Is that what that one is?
It is MOER, and yes, I can go a little more deeper with the technical. That is correct, and it is reading positions. But I'd like to have the ability to say which school, et cetera. We have a certain dollar amount that we receive each year based on the criteria, and we then allocate salary and expense into that budget line item.
Okay, yeah, because I would love to dive deep into that, because when I was reading up on the monies that are funded through that line item on our budget, I'm very curious because it has a lot of, it talks about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 intervention in the classroom. And so that is where I'm kind of wondering if that plan that was presented at our study session of the PAL coaches in our district, reading PAL coaches, if that's where this line item is coming from, if that's their salaries. I have a lot of questions around that budget line item and how this applies to the move on when reading in relation to those positions. I would love to have that available to before July 9th to solidify this, and then be able to dive deep into that to see what those are.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. If I may, as we identify, and again, this is our proposed, they'll be an adopted, and then opportunity for revisions. I should note there's not an opportunity after we approve the proposed budget tonight to make changes before July 9th. What is proposed is what comes back for adoption. If there's a question on this line item, which is simply allocating within M&O that dollar amount, there are opportunities, if there's direction from the board at a subsequent budget revision, to make priority changes. That's something that could be considered, but I would caution at this point, this is a procedural matter where we need to approve a proposed budget. It needs to be adopted as on preliminary forms. Once the state budget's complete, there'll then be a revision, and there are opportunities 3 times at that point through this next fiscal year. If there's direction or input, academic services certainly can provide additional information on the activities in the classroom and what that looks like. This is simply within the form with our M&O budget calculated with base support level ADM, that line item. So I just wanted to provide that clarity, please, to the governing board. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I remember you talking about that at the study session, so thank you for bringing that up again. I think, yeah, for me, when I was envisioning giving direction on the budget for when we're talking about reading and literacy, I was looking at it from a perspective of having a reading interventionist, I think is just key at our schools. I know that we have them at our Title I schools under the Title I funding, but I really wanted to see more for the non-Title I schools in the same concept as a Title I interventionist. And that is, if there are students that are struggling in that K-3 model, having that opportunity for those students to be pulled out when they do reach that point of working with a reading interventionist. And I just do not like the plan that I'm seeing of having the reading specialist instead work with the teacher in the classroom, and having them work with the students. I have a really hard time with that, because I know that we've got teachers have a class load of 30 plus students, and doing this tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 model of intervention, small group, and everything else that's on their caseload. I just really do not like this idea. And so when I was envisioning into the budget, I was like, is there a way to find money and allocations for reading specialists to still have that opportunity at our non-Title I schools, so that those students still have that support and our teachers aren't feeling overwhelmed with all of these different avenues. And that's why I kind of asked in relation to this. And so that's where I'm kind of, is this the reason why we're doing it this way? That was what my vision was for the budget when we're talking about reading literacy. Because if we're doing it for Title I schools and those students, I feel like we should be looking at all students across the board, because literacy affects all kids, and I just really wanted to see more of that reading intervention. And when I'm talking like specific of, the kids are struggling with reading comprehension, sight words, or they're struggling in a classroom and it's better for them, they work better in the environment of coming out of that classroom with all of everything else going on and working with that reading specialist who is trained, who went to school for it. The model that we have now through this, I guess, budget, I just don't like that idea of putting that workload on the teacher. If there is a student that is struggling, I think that having that reading interventionist is just key. And that's what I had envisioned when I asked for it in the beginning of the budget process.
President Rooks, members of the governing board, the K-3 reading, move on when reading, the amount we get each year, and you'll see it's very similar to fiscal year 25. If you look at the comparison, that's a dollar amount that's identified that we receive from the state. In regards to comments that you're making on programming or pulling in federal grants or use of classroom site fund, there are 3 funding sources. Tonight, with this budget line item, with that dollar amount for maintenance and operations, it's a budget expenditure limit and not necessarily programming per se. That's something that can continue to be worked on with academic services and Dr. Summers. So I would just say this is a dollar amount. There are positions and EPARs and FTE that are already embedded in this maintenance and operations budget. So if there's direction or input on programming, that's a little bit separate. I'm just clarifying that they're hand in hand, but also separate.
Yes, I understand the programming. What I'm speaking of is in the budget per se. I wanted to see more of a reading interventionist position at those non-Title I schools because we have the Title I funding to hire reading interventionists at Title I schools through that grant. I wanted to see in our budget the non-Title I schools of a reading interventionist position. That's what I was kind of talking to. But instead, it seems like we're going a different route that I'm just not quite understanding.
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Bowles.
Saying 550 in that line item and the K-3 reading program, does that in presenting a budget, which is what you're doing, proposing a budget, does that mean we have to spend that money just on the program that was presented? What I'm hearing you say is it's possible that we can change some programming. Does this line item speak just to the program that was presented to us?
It speaks to the definition of K-3 reading and ADE in the funding source. I'm going to refer to Dr. Hernandez to provide additional input, please. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez.
President Brooks, members of the board. So as Ms. Myers is saying, the line item is just there from the budget, and then the other part she's saying is that we can continue to discuss what that programming looks like to use that allocation after the budget is approved.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I do have one more thing to say because I have to say it. In addition to us working on some of the things President Ricks was addressing, I would agree with that we do need some students that need more intensive intervention, and we can work on that on the side, but it was going to be very difficult not to budget a little bit off task right now. It's going to be difficult to pass an M&O without supporting the readers that or non-readers that need intense intervention. That's all I have. Thanks.
So I guess with that line item, the K-3 reading, what are the requirements to receive that funding is my question. So if we're going to approve it tonight, I want to know what are the requirements under the MOWR for those salary positions that are on our budget line item.
So President Rooks, members of the board, so earlier when we talked about the early literacy specialist position, each school is allocated, and it's all of our elementaries are allocated something or someone from that particular line item. And so that particular position historically, so we're returning back to the legacy model of the PAL, which was the Program for Accelerating Literacy. And really what that position was designed to do is to support the early literacy teachers in the first, so if you roughly could break the school year into 3 pieces and say that right out of the gates at the beginning of the year, the person in this role is supporting the literacy teachers to improve their instruction. They're in classrooms, they're modeling, they're working with students, they're modeling for the teacher in the classroom as they work with students. In the second half of the year, or second third of the year, you might see them transitioning into working more closely with students. So less with the teacher support, assuming that because, as you said, they are credentialed for this, this is their endorsement, this is their absolute area of specialty, and so their impactability in getting 3 K-2 literacy teachers really sharp with their literacy instruction has potential to reach upwards of 60, 70, 80 kids. And so from there, in different schools will move through the phases based on their teachers and their student needs. And so by the end of the school year, we absolutely would expect to see this particular role working directly with students in those spaces where they need it. Now, I would assume in some of our schools where you see those higher reading levels, they're going to move through and be much more more quickly working with students in that tier 3 area as well. And that's the uniqueness of each of our schools, to be able to support their educators as well as their students. And I want to assure everyone that no child who needs reading support does not get it. If a child needs support with reading on a one-on-one level, this is what our schools do every day. They support the students that they have with the needs that they have, the way they need to be supported. So we have a general model that allows us to be accountable to how we're doing things so that we know what works and what doesn't work. But at the end of the day, if a child has a need, that school absolutely identifies a staff member who's able to support that child, meet them where they are, whether it's in the classroom, whether it's out of the classroom, whether it's in small group, whole group, and whatnot. And I also don't want to disservice our educators and the work that they do around tiered instruction in their classroom holistically. So to be clear, tiered instruction, a classroom, you could have every different kid in every different tier of instruction based on their needs. So tier 1 is that introduction. This is second grade lesson that we're learning today. Every child gets the opportunity, deserves the opportunity to have access to grade level content in every grade level, in every content area. And so then we'll say a student struggles a little bit with the grade level standard. They're still working within the standard. They just need some reinforcement to that. That's what we call tier 2. So you could be in a classroom of 25 students and 5 of them need that little extra that we call tier 2. And so it's just identifying for the teacher, what are the resources we have available to support you, to support that child, to meet them where they are. And we'll say of those 5, maybe 2 struggle a little bit more with skills that they should have learned in a previous grade level. So now we're going to work out of grade level just a touch, and that's what we call that tier 3. And in a classroom, if you're a trained eye around instruction, you could recognize in a classroom at any given time, all 3 tiers of instruction are well on their way and they're happening. And it could be one educator in the room. This is the beauty of what our teachers do on a daily basis in supporting and meeting their learners where they are in their classroom. And so when they get to a space where I've got a student, I've tried what I can, they need to have an expert they can go to in the building and say, can you give me some new ideas? Could you come and watch? Could you help me? And then they can model those practices and they can ensure that, because then we're growing the capacity of the educator as well as supporting the student needs in each of those classrooms. So I want to be clear that if a child has a need with a reading and it's in that tier 3 or tier 2, whatever it may be, our schools go the distance to ensure that each child gets the support that they need. They rearrange their master schedules, they move teachers around just to ensure that every child gets the support that they need to be successful.
Thank you for that. Question on that, though. The tier 3, back into the K through 3rd reading grant here. In that tier 3 model that is funding the positions, salaries on here, can those positions not work with the student in K3 outside of the class? Or do they is there requirements around that tier 3 model?
So our Move On When Reading reports that we submit to the state a couple times each school year, we have a plan. Each school is responsible for creating their plan, and in their master schedule for their specific to their reading intervention minutes, they have to have a schedule that says when they're doing tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And the way the state defines the tier 3, they have to have an allocated amount of minutes for what that looks like. And we have to see if a child were to need this, when would it happen during the day? And the state gives us very clear feedback on each of our schools' plans, and then we revise those plans and we resubmit them before the State Board of Education approves Peoria to be funded.
And is that position the one that's doing the intervention, or is it the teacher in that tiered 3 model doing the intervention?
It's both.
And is that in the classroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so to be in this position, they have to have that classroom connection. So that's how I can guarantee to you that they would never lose that piece of working with individual students, because that is a requirement to be in this particular position, to be in this particular Move On When Reading space.
Okay. And just to be, I guess, another question here is, when we're talking about Title I interventionists, are they doing the same thing? Are they doing in the classroom, or are they pulling students out?
So, Mrs. Rooks, I would say that it's going to be a blend, and it's really based on individual student need and the number of students they have. And then again, each campus, this is where we sort of say, here's the parameters, and then within, meet your students' needs based on the uniqueness of your campus. I'm not going to dictate to them that you have to do push in or you have to do pull out. It's really based on the student needs that they have, if they have 2 or 3 in the room, if they have space to move outside of the classroom or not, and what's happening in that individual classroom.
Okay.
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Bowles.
Will this give our non-Title I schools the ability to have at least a part-time, 0.5, intense reading intervention specialist, whatever we want to call them, because there's several names we've used over the years? Will the teachers in our non-Title I schools have at least a part-time, intense intervention for reading outside of their classroom and themselves? Will this pay for some of that?
So make sure I'm following you. So with the Move On when Reading funding for the reading piece here, it is paying for those positions that are supporting the early literacy area specifically, which includes the tier 3 with that more intensive support.
And that can be, I know it doesn't have to be, but most of the time it does have to be, or we wouldn't have pull-out services. It would be that model being an option to teachers, having pull-out service if they need intensive reading intervention.
Mm-hmm.
And
so
that would come from this fund.
And it currently does. And so this has been in Arizona for
many years, Dr. Hernandez, and you'll note on the budget, it supports 24 FTE. That's full-time equivalent positions right now. And as I mentioned, the amount that's in the proposed budget in FTE is very similar to what we had in fiscal year 25.
Okay, that's all I have, thanks.
So, quick question. So those are the ones that we're talking about that were doing more of that pull-out instruction, and now we're trying to move it back to what the Move On when Reading grant is supposed to be, the way that it's supposed to work. Is that?
So I wouldn't say that we've been out of compliance with either way. We're just ensuring that we're providing a more rounded literacy support to our schools, so the individuals in that role have the capacity to support the educators as well as support the students.
Thank you. And President Ricks, if I may, it's not a grant. It's within the M&O budget, just to clarify.
Okay, sorry. Do board members have any other question or comments? Because I'm still stuck on this one. Yeah.
So
Well, I think what I'm hearing, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think I have to say sorry to you. Go.
Okay. I think I hear what you're saying, right? Because for some kids, pull-out is absolutely what they need for that more intensive. And for some kids or parents, they may prefer a push-in method. And that could totally be the reason that the reason that the child is struggling with reading could have to do with an IEP. It could have to do with a lot of reasons. And so what I'm hearing you say is that this gives, we're only talking about the budgetary line item. We're kind of getting beyond what we're actually doing tonight, but that it gives a little bit more freedom to not prescribe one way for every child, but rather give the classroom teacher some room to figure out, based on facility restraints, based on class size, based on a lot of other factors, of what is best for that child. Is that what?
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, so really we're building the capacity of each of our early literacy classroom teachers along with providing the supports for the students so that our teachers become more effective in delivering early literacy instruction so that we have fewer students who need tier 2 and who need tier 3. So there's a space where we're catching up. Our literacy scores are what they are, and as we're catching up to get our educators better supported in this space, this is the individual with the expertise that does that, but also understanding that there are individual children who will need that higher level of service and support that they can provide as well, because they do have the expertise. But that's why the kind of the general thirds of the school year is a guide to say, let's focus early on, really heavy on monitoring the classroom activity, watching the instruction, providing that feedback. And in that, they're also helping the teachers identify which students might need those supports. So part of good instruction is identifying, okay, are the students following me? How are they doing? Am I reading the data correctly? Are they making the progress they should be making? And so this role supports that work as well, and that's at that individual level too.
Thank you.
I would just say that I think for me, it's hard when we're talking about this budget and coming up with those goals. And then I have to hear from a admin at a school that they are dipping into their school's budget, results-based funding, whatever, trying to figure out ways, right, to keep what they currently have been doing in that position. And so I'm like, I'm torn, right? Because if I'm hearing that and they're struggling, trying to keep what was working, but yet we're over here like, well, we're going to kind of change it on the line item and not work it into the budget of what they're wanting at their school. I just really struggle with that. And I think it's, I just know that I'm worried that what this will cause is students, are we going to see an influx of students and families testing their students through special ed and have an influx more of cases on special education teams, adding more caseloads? That's just my mindset of where it kind of goes on this. And I just, yeah, I struggle with this one.
So, Mrs. Rooks, I can easily find out which of our schools, I have a couple who have that educational strategist position in place, and I can speak personally with those principals to identify how they've implemented the model to ensure that we're clear on roles and responsibilities between the educational strategist as well as the early literacy specialist, and to ensure that we've got the supports in place, because I have not heard that principals have needed to utilize their own funds for that. The RBF-funded educational strategist positions, there aren't any new ones coming forward at this time. And so how those models have been in place and what they've been doing, they've really been utilizing that work to support more of the instructional coaching aspect on their campus in a different way, so that they are able to use those. So that's a short list of schools that have had those funds accessible to them. The state doesn't offer those anymore, so I can have that conversation with them. But I want to go back to what Ms. Myers said earlier, that this particular part of the budget is the line item on the amount, and then I'm absolutely happy to continue the discussion around what we want that programming to look like once we have the budget in place, because that is something that we can talk about and we can learn more about, and we are becoming more agile as a system where we can pivot as needed, and we have better tools in place to tell us when we need to do that. And that's part of that program evaluation space, to look at it and say, is what we're doing working? Well, first we have to know exactly what it is we're doing to decide if it's working. And so we can do that as a team and look at the programming and say, so this is how we're going to lead out with this. We'll evaluate it and look to see if it's working, find out where the challenges are, revisit it, and make adjustments to it, just like we do in our classrooms.
Okay. Yep. I just want to make sure before moving forward that's why I was asking about this on the website, that there's no constricting requirements of this is the way that we have to do it. And then if it's voted through, and we come back with going through that process of that position that's funded through this, that it's, well, we have to do it this way, and now we're kind of stuck. So that's where, yeah, I don't want to, if a student is struggling and that tier 1 is not working and that tier 2 is not working with the teacher, I don't want to wait until the end of the year for then tier 3 to happen. And so that's where I'm just, struggling with that one. So,
and then the other piece I would add around the Arizona Department of Education's literacy group has been very active in providing high quality feedback to us on our plans that include how these positions are utilized. So that's how I'm very confident that we are in compliance with what the position can do, has to do, according to the funding source and what the attached requirements are.
okay. Well, I guess, speaking, I know Ms. Proudfit talked a little bit about the M&O, and I know that we had a category on there for reading, And I would definitely like to actually see a reading specialist at every single school that is focused on those students and not having to have extra duties of being the coach in the classroom to the teacher. I just think that, I'm not sure about that model. And so that's the vision that I would like to see in the future. So,
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. That's really helpful to understand your perspective and the vision that you have for how we support reading.
okay, thank you. No other board members have questions, comments? I just need a motion on the floor.
We're just kind of looking at each other.
I motion to approve the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed expenditure budget and the publication of the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 budget summary and hearing notice, and authorize a public hearing to be held no later than July 15th.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Abstain.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 abstain. Moving on now to 7.4, K through 8th English Language Development Textbook Curriculum Adoption Recommendation. Dr. Hernandez.
Well, at least my vocal cords are warmed up now. Ready to go. All right, Ms. Burns is handing you your resources for our time together this evening. So you'll have a folder of information that we'll refer to as we work through our time together, and I'll direct you in where that is. Just wanted to provide you some of those visuals that are closer up so you can look at them as opposed to on the screens to be supportive there. So good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. When we studied together at our June 11th study session, I shared that this evening I would be pleased to bring forward a recommendation from the K-8 English Language Development Textbook Selection Committee on curriculum on behalf of our group. And as we have done this a few times together, I'm going to move through the slides with a little bit faster clip together this evening. So I'll go more quickly with that. And as I get started, I want to orient you to the materials that we have. So there are key documents that we've selected that will make this easier to move along. And for our guests in the audience, these are all attached to the board item. So you're welcome to join there and see what those look like up close if you'd like to. So as we go through, I'll cue you to when to go ahead and dig into that folder to look at those materials as we get going. So we'll begin on the left side of your folder. The first document is the request for materials, which outlines the scope and the expectations of what our district needs, wants, and expects for the materials to support our students and our teachers. And so with that, language development is a complex and dynamic process that requires students to build skills across essential domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. You'll hear me refer to those domains throughout our time together. To support true language proficiency, these domains must be taught intentionally and in conjunction with one another, as opposed to being in isolation. Each domain reinforces the others, so students learn to understand spoken and written English, express ideas clearly through speech, and communicate effectively in writing. Focusing on just one or two of those domains can create gaps that limit both the academic progress and the social integration as they're learning language. Only when students can confidently and accurately use all four of those domains will they be considered fully proficient in the language according to Arizona standards. The materials for your consideration this evening meet these needs, and they are first from the vendor publisher teacher-created materials, Language Power. This program features dynamic language level appropriate text sets, and it's grounded in rigorous instruction across those four language domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Pre-planned talk time provides students with structured opportunities to interact with peers, while guiding questions help them make meaningful connections. Speaking and listening activities are designed to encourage students to actively engage in developing their language skills, while teachers are supported with easy-to-use, standards-based lessons that build key skills and help our students develop their language proficiency while making relevant academic and personal connections. The second resource, also from teacher-created materials, is called Engage Newcomers. This take-home backpack is for our English language learner students and their families who may be new to the U.S. school system. It includes essential resources such as English words to know for newcomers and concept-based vocabulary flashcards to support that at-home practice. These tools help students feel confident, feel prepared, and feel welcomed as they navigate a new language and a new school environment. And the final resource from teacher-created materials is called Practicing for Success Language Essentials. The student-guided practice book features easy-to-use activities that guide our students in meaningful practice in academic vocabulary, reading comprehension, and writing. High-interest readers and text cards support the development of content area literacy and critical thinking, keeping our students motivated and actively engaged as they learn English. Built-in assessments, a personal dictionary, and a variety of supportive tools provide purposeful opportunities for students to strengthen their English language skills. So in our time this evening, we'll review pertinent background information, we'll brush up on law and policy regarding textbooks adoption specific to Arizona, and then we'll review the committee and its process, and we'll conclude with that recommendation for your consideration. So you'll recall that per Arizona's revised statute 15-756.12, the Arizona Department of Education is required to audit school districts' English learner programs. In November of 23 through March of 2024, Peoria Unified had 12 schools selected by the Arizona Department of Education to participate in the audit. In the spring, we learned that 2 of the 4 areas, targeted instruction and integrated instruction, fell into needing corrective action. So during the spring and into the summer, we drafted our corrective action plan, which was approved on the first time through by the State Department, which went into action in the fall. So we started with trainings for our administrators and our school leaders and our teachers. And by November of 2024, our monitoring visits from the State Department began. They randomly selected 6 of our schools because they wanted to see, did you do what you said you were going to do? And not only did they see that we did what we said we were going to do, they saw it at high levels in which they exited us from the corrective action portion of the plan. And they've also said that we are welcome to have them return to support anything we may need, and we will take them up on that because we can never have enough hands to support us in this important work. So during that audit and monitoring process, the observers from the State Department found that although our teachers were absolutely implementing the ADE required model with fidelity, they still lacked the resources they needed to support their language learning students. Specifically, teachers lacked access to a core curriculum that would enable them to deliver the targeted instruction. And if you lean back into our study session time together, the Azella State Assessment measures targeted instruction and how well we're bringing about that language acquisition. The resources highlight the ongoing challenges our teachers face in supporting our language learners. Even when they follow the model as intended, it's still very challenging. Historically, the reclassification rate, as measured by the Azella assessment, has remained quite low. In 23-24, the rate reached 15%, which was 1.6% above the state average, but still lower than what it needs to be. Students need to acquire English in order to be able to demonstrate mastery of standards in our content areas. So why would we need to adopt? There are several reasons why we would want to adopt a curriculum, but specifically for our English language program, not only do we need updated materials, but we need actual materials. Right now for targeted instruction, our teachers are going here and going there and finding what they can to support. And as I mentioned earlier, those domains are being taught in isolation because we don't have a resource for them that brings those together. In addition, the state has required Arizona standards for English language proficiency. So in order to meet those standards, just like we're expected to do for reading and math, they need to have a resource that supports that. So in your folder, toward the back on the right-hand side, I provide you with a sample of what language proficiency standards look like. So you can go ahead and peek at those. You'll see they look different than our content area standards, and they're in bands of grade levels, as the language acquisition is different than learning a content area. So in review, this is the model that our schools are required to use from the State Department, and this supports how our students are learning English in the classroom. It's that 60 minutes a day at the K-5 level and 50 minutes a day at the 6-12 level that our teachers need these materials to support in meeting those expectations of the Arizona language proficiency standards. So while it's called the pull-out model, it doesn't always mean that students are removed from the classroom. Many times we have the educator with the endorsement pushing into the classroom to support the English language learners in their targeted instruction. This 2-hour model provides our English learners with 2 hours of dedicated English language development instruction each day. And as I shared, the model requires 120 minutes per day for K-5 and 100 minutes per day 6-12 across the targeted and the integrated. The integrated instruction utilizes our existing core materials, but it supports language development while also working in the content area. But targeted, which is what we're focusing on, supports language acquisition. So this textbook adoption directly supports our teachers to deliver that 60 minutes of targeted ELD instruction each day. It's explicit in helping with the essential areas for language learners to develop academic language and discourse practices that they need to have to engage in rigorous grade level content. This curriculum offers research-based strategies, embedded scaffolds, and built-in assessments that align directly to the English language proficiency standards we're required to teach, in addition to their performance indicators. It helps students build skills in listening, speaking, reading, and writing, while supporting teachers to have the tools and resources they need to be successful with their students in their classrooms. Targeted English language development is delivered by our certified teachers with those endorsements, ensures quality and compliance, and most importantly, it connects other academic settings and promotes that academic discourse through the intentional use of academic language in the classroom. This is the data that we shared at a study session together on June 11th, which will drive our KPI around how we're monitoring this progress. So also this is included for you in the right-hand side of your pocket. And in 2023, the district had 1,827 language learners, which has grown by 209 students in 2025 to be a total of 2,036 language learners. So what we see in our data reflects the need to have materials that support the 4 domains together, not in isolation, with intentionality rather than teaching listening, speaking, reading, and writing separately throughout the day. So in order to score proficient on the Azella assessment, our students have to demonstrate proficiency in all 4 of those areas together. So not in isolation, but in together across that particular assessment. So we see in our data that our students, that basic and that intermediate, those 2 middle areas, where we aren't moving them through to proficiency in the English language. And if you're not proficient in the English language, it's very challenging to be successful with the rigorous content you'll see in a math and a science and a social studies and a reading classroom. So it's important that we respond to this data, support our teachers with that targeted instruction to give them a resource that helps them do this, to help our students move past. We see them getting stuck right there in the basic and intermediate. So the next several slides, we'll move into our brushing up on our policy and law. So we have the most critical aspects of procurement rules for textbooks here in Arizona. The role of the textbook selection committee itself, the requirements of open meeting law for when the textbook selection committee meets, and then of course we also have the, oops, I went too quickly there. The definition of a textbook, which is statutorily driven here in Arizona. And I would like to take a moment just to note that for this particular adoption, we are not recommending the purchase of a digital companion. The resources we're recommending right here, hard copies as well. And that is as a cost-saving measures as well as reinforcing the use that we already have Canvas. And I'd like to highlight from Governing Board Policy IJJ the objectives of textbook selection, along with the guidance for our textbook selection committees as they do their review and they consider materials. And then I have this in your packet as well on the left side of your folder. You'll find this high-level view of the overall process. Just noting a couple dates. The 60-day public review ran from April through June, and our team, I'd like to thank them because some of them are here. They opened up the district office on 3 Saturdays to allow the community the opportunity to come when it was convenient for them. So they came in May 3rd, May 30th, and June 6th. So thank you for your Saturday time and supporting our community to be able to access these resources for their review. And I know this graphic looks super familiar to you, but the textbook selection committee is made up of our teachers, community members, parents, coaches, and school and district leadership, and they adhere to governing board policy IJJ and open meeting law. The textbook selection committee utilizes the gateway evaluation process, and they collect feedback from our community, our parents, our staff, and our students during that 60-day public review. The committee's final selections were indeed submitted to the superintendent, which would bring us here today. So just a couple quick pieces of information about our textbook selection committee. This was a smaller group with 12 committee members, dedicating 576 hours to this review process, along with about 150 hours of district office staff time preparing for those meetings. The committee was very well-rounded, representing areas of expertise from K-8 teachers to special education to the English language program specialists, our instructional technology team members, instructional and content coaches, school leaders, district administrators, community members, and Mrs. Haynes, she has been with us. She's done everything from calculus now to English language learning program, and I'm getting ready to ask her to run this the next time. So she's not here, but we want to thank her for being our community member on this particular work. And then, of course, we had parents as well. This is just, again, that view of those individuals that supported and how well-rounded they are and what they represent, ensuring that the committees that come together that do this work have that multiple vantage point and are able to speak to the different areas because learning is very complex. And then, of course, my favorite slide is the opportunity to give thanks to those who allow those who can come beyond the committee. So we know that when teachers are out of the classroom or administrators are away from their school or district staff aren't at their desks to answer their phones and their emails, that someone else is filling that gap. And we always want to say thank you to everyone at the sites in the district who support so that others can be here to do this review work. And then I'd also be remiss not to publicly thank Mrs. Burns, our Executive Director of Exceptional Student Services, who facilitated and manages this entire process. It's not easy, so thank you for your work, your dedication, as well as Ms. Deb Jackson, who supported and did take all the minutes that are posted proudly in board docs so that we have that transparency aspect. So thank you to all of our unsung heroes in the waiting in the wings, as well as those who do this work for us. The gateway review process, as you probably remember, we have these 3 gateways that highlight and support the standards, so English language proficiency standards, competencies, and course outcomes. The committee looks at teacher and learner supports, as well as accessibility, technology, and assessment in that review process. In the left side of your folder toward the back, I'd like to call your attention to the teacher-created materials, which is the publisher's name, their attestation letter that is still a requirement for us. And I want to call your attention to the date, which is June 12th. It is my fault that it says June 12th because I asked the publisher to fix a typographical error before I came to you. And so when they fixed that error, they changed the date to the date I asked them to fix it on. They did submit their letter on April 29th in the required time frame, and we have the version with the typographical error if we need it. But I just wanted to be clear that they submitted their letter because, as you know, in our process, if you don't submit your letter, it meets our expectations, you don't move on to the next phase of presentation. So I will own that in asking them to fix that error for me, and then that's why their letter is dated June 12th. I also wanted to pause here and share that there are many other resources and creators of resources who go by the name teacher-created materials. I did a little Googling on my own, and I was like, oh, wow, there's a lot of things out there. So we asked for a letter from this particular publisher proving that these resources can only be bought from them. Their view, they are the only ones who sell these resources that we are recommending. And so anything coming from any school specialty website, any place you can buy random things, is not these materials. The materials that were reviewed and selected for recommendation to you this evening from our committee are these and only these. And there is quite a bit out there. So our publishers who were invited to come to the presentation phase were asked to demonstrate how these resources explicitly meet the needs of our English learners, how they explicitly meet rigor and content expectations of the Arizona English Language Proficiency Standards, how they meet state-required minutes for targeted instruction, as well as they needed to explain how the materials support varying levels of teacher experience, and share information related to best practices with professional development in implementing these particular resources. The presentation date was May 12th. There were 3 vendors who were invited to participate. They were required to cover all 9 grade levels because language acquisition spans across all of them, and where you are in your language acquisition journey is not dependent on which grade level you are in, as well as our staff in the committee used the demonstration note catcher to be able to analyze the information that was shared. Then in supporting this final recommendation, the textbook selection committee moved into the analysis and recommendation phase. Feedback was collected and reviewed through each of those gateways and within this red box of the analysis and recommendation. And while feedback is always welcomed in any format, we take it on napkins, we take writing in the sky. Most of our feedback, which is attached to the item in board docs, came through the QR codes and the ability to either handwrite information to share with us, as well as to send it through the forms online. So we have all of that feedback there as well. So after that 60-day window closed and all the feedback was received, the team then met again and reviewed that feedback. So reviewed as it came in, as well as a final review included in all of the other information. So this is what that looked like. The public feedback was considered through this space as well. And there was a good amount. I was glad to see that we haven't lost everyone yet. They're still participating with us and providing great quality feedback. And then here we are on June 12th, the textbook selection committee's recommendation was forwarded on to the superintendent in order to be brought forward to you this evening as a consideration for the board. So again, the recommendation for you to consider this evening would be to approve the K-8 English language learner adoption for the following teacher-created materials for K-8, Language Power, Engage Newcomers, and Practicing for Success, Language Essentials. And then we're not quite done yet because, as you know, the process just gets underway. And so just like we do with all of our others, we have a formalized multi-step, multi-group process for that final review, our scope and sequencing, how we'll be utilizing assessment, and then the multiple avenues for using feedback to refine how the resources will be implemented throughout the entire school year. And I have this for you in the right side pocket of your folder as well. This reads a little differently because it's specific to English language acquisition than you've seen in some of our other content areas. And with that, the recommendation for consideration has an estimated cost of $250,000 to support our K-8 targeted instruction in our language learner classrooms. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Teresa Hernandez. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
So first off, thank you to everyone that helped to make this happen and this, once again, this very thorough process that you've come up with that we demand that it be a thorough process. And I can definitely say, I mean, we can have the most amazing teachers in front of our students, but if they don't have the quality resources in English language learners, it's a very specific type of learning and resources that are needed. And I remember touring around different schools and that statement being made, like, we really need to have better resources for our students. And there's a certain risk when we have we have very talented teachers to pull together great curriculum that works in the moment, but then there's also a big risk for the district of where are you pulling that resource from, and then all of our students across all of our schools are not getting that same high caliber. It's a very mixed results, and you can definitely see that it was seen when we measure where they are, that we need to do better, and we are, and so I really appreciate that this is coming forward for the adoption. So I'm very excited, and I really appreciate that our teachers will have an excellent resource in front of them. And
Really want to go search now the company's name based on what you said, but I feel like I shouldn't, based on what you said as well. But thank you for bringing it out here, and thank you for making that statement, because it's really important that our community sees that we have really quality materials for our students. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, any questions?
No questions. I just wanted to highlight one thing that you brought up in the presentation. I think that as we've just done a reassessment of everything in our district, we've highlighted some areas of struggle, and I think we're really defined on what we do with that struggle. And so I wanted to just highlight what you said about having the corrective action, but being able to exit. And I think you mentioned in this study session, it was a very, very quick exit, like unusually quick. And so I wanted to thank you and your team for the diligence and for the quick response to ensuring that as these areas come up, that we are being very reactive to that and that we are being swift and dynamic with our approach. I also wanted to say thank you to the committee. These are exhaustive committees. I think Corky Haynes needs to get like a key to the city or something. She's been on every textbook adoption. Just so grateful for people that are willing to give of their time to this effort, not just because it's a wonderful thing to do, but because my professional expertise is not in helping English learners learn how to read and access curriculum. And so we really have to lean on the expertise that you are so generously sharing with our districts. And so thank you for caring enough to put so much time in and to ensure that we truly have the best resource out there for our students.
Mrs. Bowles, any questions?
Teacher-created material, TCM, as known as TCM, are they the company that is owned majority by women? Do you know?
I have not heard that. Have you heard? Yeah.
Okay, they are, and they have a program, specified program for around DEI with specific initiatives and details not on their website. But with that said, I appreciate this letter, except I would like it to say specifically DEI, because incorporating race-based or ideology-driven material can be, as we know, even definitions that I thought meant inclusion actually means something else today. So I would like to see this clarified a little clearer to them, this letter, and actually specifically say DEI. The other thing I wanted to know, I guess, or a question I have, this was sent to them and they said they would take that out, or this is what we're presenting to them?
This particular letter?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the letter that we send up front to them where they have to attest to us. And I use the language that Superintendent Boggs shared with the districts soon after the executive order. This was her language that clarified what the DEI pieces look like from a curriculum perspective. So that's where that piece comes from. And so we asked them to attest to those pieces on the racially ideological aspects, which speaks to the executive order from the president that is really that underlying DEI piece.
Right, and I do understand that, but I still would like it to say DEI specific. If we can do that, that would be great. That's all I have, thanks.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you again for this extensive presentation, and to all the members that combed through everything. I was perusing the feedback forms, and a lot of good feedback and people actually paying attention to the materials, which I appreciate. And some criticisms, actually. One of the criticisms that I'd like us to pay attention to is some folks noted a lack of support when it came to the teachers actually teaching this content and this curriculum, So that was a concern of theirs. I don't know what the precipice was for that concern, but that's something that was raised up. And then also, some of them were talking about how frequent the assessments were within the curriculum, that it might be a little bit overburdensome. And so we want to make sure that the students are getting that curriculum and they're understanding it. But I'd be curious why some of our folks on our committee thought that the assessments might be a little bit too frequent.
So the feedback, that's from the community there's 25-ish of them in that packet that have the circles and that's from the community, not necessarily the committee.
Okay.
But to speak to the assessment piece, that's the part where in the scope and sequencing, we'll say the assessments that they are required to give, which is certainly not all of them, and then they choose the ones they need based on how well their particular class is progressing or a student, just to get that idea of, I think the student is coming right along, but let me just do a quick double check. Currently, we have nothing. So currently, we are stretching to say when we assess content mastery that, well, if they are doing fairly well with content mastery, we make the assumption that language acquisition is coming along with it. So what these resources will bring is an actual view into, is language acquisition with those 4 domains collectively coming along as it needs to be able to demonstrate proficiency on the state assessment.
Thank you. And then to Mrs. Bull's point, as far as redoing the letter, I'm totally fine with that. I think, if being more explicit is fine, having more clarity. But I would also say that we should probably pay attention to the curriculum as far as what's called, the cultural responsive curriculum, which, might be a DEI or SEL in other forms. And that's something that I think from their public-facing website is somewhat apparent.
And so during the committee's review, they were very sensitive to that work because of the other things that have been occurring. And so the level of sensitivity to which the committee approached was very heightened. An example that came to me for my consideration was there was a passage for the students to read in one of the themes that related to parents going through a divorce. And so the committee's sensitivity level to looking at situations and understanding is this not okay? I was very pleased that they had risen to that level, and there was a heightened sense of ensuring that the topics that we have and what they're covering. And so the response to that is that with any content when you're teaching, if you're, as a teacher, you're aware of what's happening as you're communicating with parents and what's happening in a home life situation, you adjust and you choose which particular pieces from the content in that approved textbook that you're going to use. And so in this setting, that was the appropriate response for that. But the committee was very sensitive to particularly our work around controversial topics and sensitive issues, which couples nicely also with our work around libraries.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So yes, I did want to point, so I did go to their website, and I'm more of concerned with, because I know on the letter it mentioned professional development, the companies that they have through there. And the professional development, when I pulled up the page, it does have the culturally responsive teaching and learning / equity on there. And I looked up the authors, the presenters of that professional development, wasn't really fond of some of the content that they had around that. And so they've got popular sessions, 5 steps to equity, culturally relevant guide. I mean, I know what you're talking about, but in here it's talking about, it's focusing more on race ethnicity based. When I'm reading through here, identifying the beneficiaries of responsiveness, identifying students. Since the beginning of state mandated standardized testing, there are 4 groups: Mexican American, African American, Hawaiian American, Native American, that have been traditionally underserved because the school is not being culturally responsive. And they pulled it from something. But when I'm seeing a lot of that in the professional development piece, I am a little concerned. So with that letter that they added in there of those companies, I want more tailored to, I guess, what they brought up as well, because that's what I'm seeing in here is it's more race focused.
President Rooks, so our model for Peoria is we approve all training materials and we would not purchase those training modules. The training modules that we would look to, if we needed the support, now we're talking a much smaller number of students and a much smaller group of teachers, would be train the trainer. And so our staff would receive the training, then that training is approved by us for our staff, and then our staff turnkey that to our teachers. And so we choose what that PD will look like. It will be, ours is really going to be based on the training to begin with, and then the support in that classroom instruction. So we're still working toward, even though the state exited us from our corrective action monitoring, we are still working toward that plan, which involves the classroom and the support and the introduction of resources. So even though they sell those things, we aren't buying them.
I fully understand what you're saying, but I guess I'm confused with them. Why did they put that in the letter? They named those specific professional development companies that they utilize with the curriculum, I believe. I don't have the letter right in front of me, but that's where I'm kind of just confused. Okay, so likewise, all professional development resources, professional learning services, and training offerings from TCM and Shell Educational Publishing, Inc. are structured exclusively to enhance educators. So they're saying that it's not developed with incorporating race-based or ideologically driven material, but then that's not what I'm seeing in there. And so I just want more of a reassurance in professional development when we're having in the letter professional development resources. With what I'm seeing on their website, I don't feel comfortable at all with any of their professional development. And so I would want to make sure in that, I'm just going back to our main page here, that in that proposal, that we're not at all going to adopt their professional development.
That is correct. And I'd be happy to work with them on that letter that specifies for our district the tailored professional development, the review process that we'll go through, and then to ensure that they'll adhere to that.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Nope. Okay. Then I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll motion to approve the KA English Language Development Curriculum Adoption, recommending teacher-created materials as requested.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by, was that Mrs. Proudfit? Was that you? Or Miss Ewing? Sorry, late night. Okay, Mrs. Ewing was seconded. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
No.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
And one last question before I let you go. How many different languages are spoken in Peoria Unified? 64? So close. 63. 63, you were so close.
Moving on now to 7.5, annual approval of student activities fundraisers for the 2025-2026 school year. Mrs. Myers. And I apologize, so the motion did pass with, late night. Motion did pass with 4 yeas and 1 nay. Welcome, Ms. Myers.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening again, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and community. Student activities are defined in Arizona Revised Statute ARS 15-1121 as student clubs, organizations, school plays, or other student entertainment. It's the one area in Peoria Unified where we can fundraise, and it's student activities clubs holding fundraisers to expend the monies raised based on their vote. The Uniform System of Financial Records, which is a compilation of guidance from ADE, the Arizona Auditor General, and Arizona Revised Statutes Title 15, provides guidance on the fundraisers and the approval for those fundraisers each year, as well as District Policy JJE. And that requirement is that the governing board approve the list of student club, student activities, fundraisers each year. And so administration brings forward annually a compilation of the most common types of fundraisers that we have throughout the district. We do periodically revise this list. An example would be last fiscal year in December, we had a revision. If a group wants to do something that's not part of this broad population of fundraisers, it can certainly be added if the sponsor to the principal approves that fundraiser. And so these are examples of the typical types of fundraisers that student clubs have during the year to raise monies for the activities that they vote on at their school. With that, I'll stand for any questions that you may have on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Board members, do you have any questions or comments on this line item? Ms. Ewing? Okay. Ms. Proudfit?
I do, actually. There is a fundraiser. Sorry, my computer is freaking out tonight. I'm assuming it would be under the category of online platforms, but it is essentially that they use some kind of texting platform, and it just elicits donations. Do you know what I'm referring to?
There are a number of online platforms like what you're describing, SnapRaise, et cetera. What we've been careful to have in compliance with the Uniform System of Financial Records, as well as our cash controls that we're required to have in place, the platforms that are approved would need to meet certain requirements and the ability also to account for a fee. So there's a process where if there's a student activities fundraiser that the students vote on to have with the sponsor, it has to be approved at a school level, their FERPA considerations, et cetera. So this is a broad category. If there's a concern with the fundraiser, the starting place is with the school because ultimately it's approved at a school level.
Okay, my main question was ensuring that service that is being widely utilized has been approved by the district.
I'm not sure which one you're asking about in particular. If you would like to provide us with that name or through Dr. Summers, we can certainly have Linda Virgil, our Executive Director of Business Services, who also tonight, pending board approval, will be serving as the Student Activities Treasurer for the year to look at that.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
No, I don't at this time, thanks.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
None for me, thank you.
I don't have any as well. So I just need a motion on the floor.
A motion to approve the attached student activities fundraisers across all district schools for the 2025-2026 school year.
I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you. Moving on to 7.6 Cooperative Contract 1 GPA RFP 25-10PV-02 Custodial Grounds and Facility Maintenance Services. Ms. Myers.
Thank you. Good evening again, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board. This cooperative contract offers qualified vendors for use within the Peoria Unified School District to provide custodial grounds and facility maintenance services to better manage custodial grounds and management activities in Peoria Unified. The district has utilized CCS for many years. I can share that with this agenda item, from a procurement perspective, 1 of 9 awarded vendors is included in the agenda item. The district's annual expenditure is estimated to be $4 million. This last fiscal year 25, we had a PO in place for $4.8 million. Just to provide a point of reference, Mr. Molino recently shared in a Friday report information that was a follow-up to the plan that was presented to the governing board on May 8th, 2025. And that topic was outsourced custodial and landscaping facility services. And as Mr. Molino has recently shared in the Friday report, the district is in the process of advertising and interviewing and hiring for the newly created night lead custodian positions for each elementary school and the 3 support sites. If all of the positions can be filled, the estimated reduction in cost for CCS annually would be $3.2 million. And so again, Peoria Unified is continuing to use CCS's services in a hybrid approach with our own staff for this year at the elementary schools, and they will provide full coverage rather at the high schools. And of course, the district's going to continue to monitor and adjust as needed as this change is implemented, and it will be under Mr. Molino's direction in the new school year and future years. And CCS will also cover the respective square footage if the district is not able to hire a night lead custodian at a specific school. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Myers. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't at this time. I might if you want to come back to me.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
None for me.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I don't know if I fully heard the amount that we're saving. What did you say the amount was?
In fiscal year 2025, the purchase order was for $4.8 million. For next year, we're bringing that down to $4 million, and Mr. Molino's estimation was if all of the positions in his new model that was shared with the district can be filled and the new program implemented with Fidelity, it could drop further to $3.2 million.
And that's what we're saving or we're spending?
That would be the expenditure, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Toby, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
I have none either, so I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to approve the addition of one GPA RFP 25-10PV-02 custodial grounds and facility maintenance service for a period of 1 year and renewable for up to 4 additional one-year extensions as presented.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Clerk Toby and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you. Moving on now to 8, address consent agenda. 8.1, consider approval or recommend changes to the consent agenda. I do have one item I would like to pull, but I'm just checking, does anybody else have anything that they would like to look at? No? Okay. I just would like to pull 9.20. It's approval of sole source providers for services and merchandise. I had a question on it. So, going to make a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 9.20.
I will second.
Thank you. So a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks, members of the board, please allow me a moment to make the change to that motion.
Thank you.
President Rooks, could you please repeat who made the motion and the second?
I made the motion and the second was made by Mrs. Proudfit.
Thank you. President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. And if you want to refresh your screens, board members. All right, moving now on to 10 items removed from consent. 10.1, approval of sole source providers for services and merchandise. Dr. Summers, I just had a question on this one.
President Rooks, I apologize. I just want to make sure, Azure, did we get that? Because it looks like the way it's on the screen is that they've already taken action on that item. And I want to make sure that the approval is for the consent agenda. Bear with us a second, please.
Okay.
You are correct. Give me a moment to make that adjustment.
Okay.
I think we can still process the question while we're doing that. I just want to make sure that it's accurately reflected. Is that a quick enough fix or? Okay. President Ricks, thank you.
Okay, thank you. On the contract on the bottom, it looks like we have vendor name Wilson Language Training Corporation, service or product foundations. That's our curriculum resource for the Tier 1 reading, spelling, handwriting program. So I'm just wondering if there is an opportunity for bringing in something like phonics. So I've seen the foundations there, and I would just love to see more of a phonics program coming in. So I just wanted to get clarification on this.
President Rooks, that is our phonics program.
That is the
Foundations is the phonics program the district has had in place for several years. And so referring back to our study session, when we talked about going out for our next English language arts adoption, that's when we would look for we would advertise for a phonics program, but that is the existing phonics program.
Okay. Is that the same one that Peoria Traditional uses, or do they use something different?
They use something different.
Okay. That's what I was looking more for. Is that traditional? Yeah, Spalding. Thank you. Sorry, 10 o'clock at night. I'm looking for more traditional of the Spalding phonics than the foundations. So if that's something that we're going to look through with the curriculum coming up then, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so how long would this, if this is approved, how long would this product be in place for?
Thank you, President Ricks, members of the governing board. It provides the opportunity for continuation in fiscal year 2026. It's a year-by-year approval.
Okay, so we can revisit it when we look into, okay, appreciate it. That was the only question I had. So I just need a motion then, or are we not ready yet, Ezra? I just want to make sure.
We are ready to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, so just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to approve and ratify the attached listing as sole source providers for the 2025-2026 fiscal year.
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Profit, second made by Ms. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Ricks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Moving on to 11, closing public comment. 11.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We have no ending public comment at this time. So moving on to 12, informational reports. 12.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Zeri.
President Rooks, members of the board, no additional report this evening.
Thank you. 12.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Myers.
Thank you. Good evening again. President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet and Community. The 2025 legislative session is still underway, and budget work continues at the legislature. Today, the Senate passed the continuation budget from the House. The budget legislation was sent to Governor Hobbs, who has vetoed this budget proposal. I have shared before that Arizona has until June 30th to have a budget passed by both the House and the Senate and signed by the governor for fiscal year 2026. Without a state budget, parts of the Arizona government will shut down. School districts and charter schools should still be able to continue to operate. However, without a state budget, the July state funding for school districts and charter schools would be impacted. There would be no scheduled regular fiscal year 2026 July state aid payments, and there would be no payments to cover the June 2025 $200 million ADE payment shortfall that I reported on at the June 11th meeting. This would result in ADE making a partial payment to all districts and charters of approximately 60% of the regular monthly payment. school districts will continue to receive their portion of the $800 million fiscal year 2025 rollover payment after July 1st, but before July 12th. It is important to note this payment will still be available to school districts because the funds are being made available from an advance appropriation from fiscal year 2025. This concludes my final legislative report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers, for your report this evening. I know we will miss it in the future, so thank you. Moving on to 12.3, District Enrollment Report for the month of May 2025 is available on our district website. 12.4, District Budget Report for the month of May 2025, also available. 12.5, Report on Requested Future Agenda Items. So there's our reports there that we have in progress and resolved. 13, Other Business. 13.1, Request for Agenda Items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any requests?
I don't have any at this time, thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any?
I just have one. I would like to request a discussion item for a future board meeting in regards to hiring an in-house lobbyist for Peoria Unified.
I will second.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any future requests?
I do. I would like to propose a discussion item and adoption voting on the trust trainings of policy that is coming up, that they already have scheduled for all board members to be part of, and to just look into when and how, and we can do that as a board. And then she mentioned the trust mentioned another training that they have specific to board members. That would be great if we could discuss that, talk, can we do that? And then vote on it at some time.
I'll second that.
Any other requests, or is that one?
I do.
Okay.
It's probably more of a Friday report, maybe. Because we are looking closely, as we should, in our libraries and the books that are in our libraries appropriate for children, are we doing the same thing for vendors like Scholastic? Because I know they have a lot of non-appropriate things for children.
So are you wanting a discussion item?
I don't know, because I don't know where we're at with that. So if it's just a Friday report, fine. Is someone assigned to do that? I am of the belief, and I'm pretty sure I'm right, if somebody's not assigned, nobody's doing it. And I just want to make sure that we are taking initiative. Someone's doing that. If not, then it needs to be a discussion item in a board meeting.
I will second that for a Friday report.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any future requests?
Yeah, for Friday report, I believe Ms. Myers already alluded, but a question about the bank accounts, being at the treasurer, just like to see what is possible as far as earning interest and making the best use of our dollars. And I don't know if there's any wiggle room or any negotiation we can have with the county treasurer as far as what accounts that our money sits in. Just would like to know the options on that.
I will second that.
Thank you. And then also, I guess in a Friday report from 9.11 of this evening's agenda on consent, there were contracts that we approved for Apache Taxi, Hop Skip Drive, and Desert Choice Transport. Curious as to how much we are going to be allocating to those transportation services and actually how many students that they actually provide services for.
I will second that.
Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, so I do have kind of a little bit here because I was writing down a lot from tonight. I would like to have, just because I know July 9th might be kind of crazy with the meeting, but I don't know if we can work on agenda planning with having it maybe start an earlier time, because I'm wanting to also look at the discipline data system that is documented at schools, school site levels. Dr. Summers, you and I have talked about this. So how it applies to general ed students and special ed students, I'd like a presentation on that discipline data form that staff fills out with the major and minor matrix. I would really like to dive deep into that. I know July 9th, I would really like it there because it's before the start of the school year. So that's one piece. of the
I'll
plan.
second.
Thank you.
President Rooks, I'm
Yes.
sorry to stop you. Can I please just mention something relative to the schedule of that particular day? So that happens to fall on it's our first leadership all admin and principal meeting of the year. And we have a full agenda that day that's taking us probably up until about 3:30, 4 o'clock. So it will be difficult for us to schedule too much earlier. So I just wanted to mention that, and I just want to make sure that we're able to troubleshoot that appropriately.
If that's the case, then we can look at having a special meeting so that we can get a lot of these things resolved before the new school year.
Okay, I appreciate, yeah, and I totally hear you there. I just want to make sure to call that out so that the whole board is aware, and and actually that date will be July 9th and July 10th. So we can follow up in regards to what the availability of the board is, as well as how we have the time that will be required to deep dive those topics.
Okay, yep, thank
Thank
you.
you.
The other one was, I wanted to have that discussion as well on the reading, K through third reading. Specifically, I would like to know the MOWR, what we have submitted for this fiscal year. I want to see the plans. I want to see the layout of what are the requirements of the positions, what are, all those things that were mentioned previously. And I'd like to have that presentation in depth of more of that model for this year. But with having that presentation, I would really like to have, if there are admin or there are teacher or reading specialists or that are now in those positions, I would love to have them here. I would love to have them at the meeting. So if they have questions, or if we have questions, we can hear from them.
I'll second.
I really liked that from the study session. So I'd like to have that in hand with that, especially if they are the ones that are just very hesitant on the new model. I'd love to get their feedback. So thank you, Ms. Bowles. Last few more, sorry. Friday report, I'd like to know the Boys Town contract, where we're at on that. I know we approved it back in 2019 is when we kind of started it. So I just want to know where we're at on the Boys Town contract.
second.
Thank you. Specific to, I'd like to look at and this doesn't have to be July 9th, policy around new position or renamed positions to be approved by the board. So when we're having administration change a position title name or renaming it, I'd like for it to come before the board. So I want to work on a policy around that.
I'll second.
Thank you. I would also like to, district website. I know, Ms. Airy, you launched the new version of our district website, so I just have a couple feedbacks. I would like to have our website, our handbooks for students, parents, and communication to staff and admin for the upcoming year of our recent student privacy policy. I want it featured on there so that it's very clear and concise of what we approved as a governing board for the upcoming school year.
I'll
So
second.
thank you, appreciate it. And I believe that is all that I have here. I'm just checking my list. And then I would like to look at the policy around, it's blanking on the top of my head here, but it's the contact between the superintendent and the board's attorney. I'd like to look more in depth into that policy.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. And that is all my requests this evening. Does anybody have any other ones?
Well, because you were mentioning the website, the newly revised thing, and I just happened to notice when I went to the page where it talks about overrides, and the video that's on there for I think it's School Finance 101, the video talks about the bond. And I figure that's, you guys are working on that anyway, but I'd love to see a video on there that showcases the override, so.
I will second that for you.
Thank you.
All right. If no other further requests, we will move on to 14, adjournment. 14.1, adjournment. I just need a motion to adjourn.
I will motion to adjourn at
second.
10:03.
We have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Rooks,
Yes?
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Meeting adjourned at 10:03 PM. Thank you.